everyone. Hello. Welcome on in. Let me double check about the music. Okay, we should be good to go. It says the ads are about, 20 seconds left, so we'll let them do their thing. Well, that timer is a timering. Hi, everyone. Hi, Frost. Hi, Santa Paw. Welcome into stream. Welcome. I hope your week's been well. I hope it's been all nice and dandy. I have had a good week. I can say that. It's been a busy week, but a good week. Overall, I really enjoyed said week. So I hope your week's been just about the same. And,
Moon Raider 58 just followed.
I feel like I've seen that name before, but thank you for the follow and welcome in. And bugs and books back to back. Are you a bookworm? I am no bookworm. However, I do like bookworms. Bookworms are neat. And hi, Zero. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. And did we just hit the follower goal? The follower goal does it automatically. And hi, Ezra. I have finally returned. I see. So I was right with the name. Welcome back. welcome back indeed. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here indeed. And yeah, I did say that. It automatically updates. I don't really quite set one since it's a thing of sometimes it's a follower goal, but how many followers are tuning in? For example, today we're gonna do books and paper. However, not a lot of people want to write or do books and paper. Maybe that's not of interest to them. And tomato. Potato. Hi, Fetus. Welcome into you as well. I hope you've been well indeed too the same. Let me move this guy here, and there we go. That should be good to go. And I did that. Lovely. Let me get some more water. Overall, though, how would you say your weeks have been? Mine has overall been busy. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a lot done in my game, but that's why this week we have back-to-back programming streams, as I want to make sure we get on it in terms of updating and things of that nature. So I'm overall super excited, since it's a thing of sometimes I don't have enough time in the week to do Pixelart, or sometimes I don't have enough time in the week to work on my game. So the fact that I have to do 4 hours of something 3 times out of the week means I can guarantee that I can work on my game or work on Pixelart, things of that nature. So it's nice in the sense of, if I don't get around to it during the week, I have this time to do it. Let me get some water though, as I am a little thirsty. You have to mention the magic books from Shovel Knight. I don't know if I came across Shovel Knight books. Let me double check. I made my own coding language. It's not done yet because I have no idea how to make the interpreter, but it's 2 out of 3 done. Congrats! I don't know how you would make a programming language. Well, that's a neat accomplishment. And my next week's really stacked, so I'm trying my best to stay on track. A Comic-Con? Ooh, a research thing. Ooh, and the other thing, I'm working on it. Sounds like a lot. And let's see, I had to lock in for the GM because I couldn't do that much last week. Yeah, the GM is slowly going over. I believe tomorrow's the deadline at 11 p.m. my time. I just have to make sure I stay up to close the submissions. That is on my to-do list too. And let's see. Hi, Ignorant. Welcome to stream. Here we go again. Prep work for my first final exam. So I'm KO, but determined. I'm happy to hear it. I really am. It's a lot of things. It's just studying can be fun when you let it be, but it's all about finding ways that work for you. Let me go ahead and see what Zero was talking about for Shovel Knight books. Shovel Knight books. Shovel Knight. I'm not seeing. Do you mean the books to read? They were platformers? I'm looking. Maybe book assets? That is not how you spell asset. I spelled it as a sorort. Oh, I'm not seeing it come up like a image, or do you mean a physical book? And hi, Reggie. Welcome back into stream as well. And I did read those things. Lovely. The timer's just about up, though, so let's get into things, why don't we? Let me go ahead and slide myself down here to make things a little bit easier to see. And what kind of Pixelart books are we looking at? Is it a reference study for different styles of books within games? Yep, you can say as much. The idea of if you were to put a book in a game, how would you do it? Let me go ahead, hide that timer. Let me go into here, and transition. Here we are. Let me go ahead and hide that there. And there were floating books. When you hit them, platformers appear. Oh, I remember those books. I do. They were tricky and difficult. I'll have to Google them again, but I do know what you're talking about. I ran into that level and failed many times. Oh boy, and I did that. Good. I do my best to keep up to brand. And hi, palette. Welcome to the stream. And meanwhile, I'm pretty sure I got bitten by a mosquito. Ooh. Yeah, from what I've heard, if you take a warm, hotish metal spoon and put it on the mosquito bite, that might help alleviate the itchiness and bumpiness. Maybe that can work. Make sure it's not painfully hot, but warm enough that it feels warm. And that's all boy. And speaking of games, I got a sheet of books and papers from the Binding of Isaac. Ooh, that I'm gonna tweak for your interest. Should I send the study with me, or you can check now and hope. I'll show you when we get there. But there's a new place on Discord you can send it to, since the DMs have been getting a little bit too overwhelming for me. But I'll show you when we get there. Today though should be a lot of fun, and I'm just gonna let it go by itself. I've gotten a bit used to mosquito bites. Oh, I could never. They're just so itchy. And I can confirm the spoon thing. I'm glad someone else has tried it. It sounds funny until you do it. Today should be a lot of fun though. We're gonna do Pixelart of the day, talk about some resources, then we're going to try drawing some paper and anti-aliasing. I think that's something we're gonna work on a lot today, is working on our anti-aliasing methods. Then we're gonna see if we can draw some books and then do a community review. So I'll bring it through it as we go bit by bit. So let me go ahead and slide it back over here. Grab this good on tab here, and then go into you here. Lovely. So welcome into Pixelart of the day. It's a thing I like to do at the beginning of stream, where we spend 8 minutes looking at some art I find on either Twitter and Pinterest. Pinterest or Instagram, places of that nature. And I find art that I think could be fun to look at. And hi Arky, welcome back. Hi. Hello. The hope is that by doing this kind of warm up, we get our mind in the mood for pixel art, and it gives us a chance to get in the feel, as I think a lot of learning comes down to a lot of intake. So for example, if you want to make great games, you gotta play great games. If you want to make great pixel art, you gotta look at great pixel art. And to do this in, what's it called? Input. You need a lot of input so you can output as much as you need. Let's see. Oh, that's a name. Ornithopology, maybe? And tell me how close I got, and I can try again. And it sucks when it stops itching, then you brush it a bit, and oh. Oh, that's the worst. Oh man, that is the worst. And those books are actually awesome, aren't they cool? Let me go ahead and do this here, and do that there. So let me go ahead and hide that timer guy there. And let's see. I just run hot water on the bite, and it does the trick. Ah, interesting. Huh, reason to try the spoon thing. Interesting. And paper pixel art study chat? You should look at it right now. Well, we'll get there, pal. Don't you worry. Saying that though, this art today is by Rapanaminum. I believe. I probably butchered that to a mighty degree. I've seen a lot of their art before, and I think it's really handy. And hi, Eska, welcome. And no, really, it's funnier right now. Well, after this, we'll look at the thing. So we'll get kind of next 10-ish minutes, pal. It will be done. Saying that, let me move this here, and with that 8 minutes on the clock, what are things you like or dislike about this art? And you can see there's some things here you can note. For example, silhouette, design, color, technique, shapes, lighting, readability, and purpose. For me, whenever I start off with looking at pixel art, and speaking of great games, how about an elevator patch? That comes tomorrow. I'm still working on the notes. So let's see. To start off, I usually try to look at color. That's the one thing. Colors, outlines, that's usually the easiest thing you can tell about some pixel art. So for example here, right? What colors are we seeing? I'm seeing a lot of gold. I think that's the main color of these guys. So I'll put on here, gold. Gold on the middle one and the right one. The left one, not so much. We kind of have, let's see. I had to describe it. Maybe we could do purple, blue, and gold, and green. Those are kind of the main colors I'm seeing. This guy has a lot of purple. This one has gold and blue. And this one has green and blue and gold. A lot of the three, which is interesting. As far as outline goes, we have a few outlines. And if we zoom in a little bit, right, you can see the outlines seem to be different colors at different areas. It's not completely black. So if I had to guess, I would say this is a shaded outline. So we'll put that there. The shaded outline's just where depending on where the light's coming from, the outline changes different colors. The outline is shaded or color shaded. There we go. We can add that on there too, as I think it's really neat. What are other things we think we can notice? Let's see, if we scroll out back here, we have silhouettes, design. I I really like the design of this. I don't know what you would even call it, but this kind of, I guess it would be more of a necromancer book. And hi, is it Dodo? It looks like maybe a bird icon, but welcome into stream. You can tell me how close I got and I can try again. But welcome in. I'd say I really like the way the eyes look in the teeth. It feels like these are themed. For example, and I'll do here, themed. Yeah. And hi, Rudy. Welcome into stream as well. Hello. I'll do themed. And we kind of have the eyes plus tongue. And then we have spacey, S-P-A-C-Y, spacey and stars, or spacey plus stars. And then the last one kind of reminds me of like an elven look. So we'll go ahead and put on here, elven, that's not words. Elven plus magic. I think that's the best way I could describe it. And they're so cool. So it's like what I can't do. True, maybe at this point, right? But it's a matter of knowing you can't do it and then trying to see what is it that you think you can't do about this art. And hi, Latch, welcome to stream. And hello, everyone. Book looks awesome. Where are they from? This art is from Rappanim. You can get the name here. I got it off of Twitter. So if you like this art, that is the creator right there for you to look at, as the art's really neat. I think I'm bad at 3D perspective. That's hopefully something we're gonna work on today. And I did do that good. What are other things you think you can notice? For this guy, at least, I think it's interesting to see... Well, one thing I do want to touch on today is anti-aliasing. And is there any anti-aliasing you can spot? Let me pause this guy here to hopefully make it a little bit easier. Rappanem.
Dodo Vagabundo super chatted 92 cents. Hi, a hug from Brazil. I'm learning Pixelart. I discovered your channel. I really liked it.
How sweet. And thank you. My apologies, I didn't do the thing with all the flashy lights. But thank you. I believe... Oh, I think the R means... Well, I don't know what the R means, but thank you. And welcome from Brazil. Funny enough, learning Portuguese is on my list of to-dos. But thank you again. And I discovered your channel. I really liked it. I'm really glad to hear it. Again, thank you. And welcome in. I hope you have a little fun around here. Let me click on this guy here. And the insight lines are anti-aliases, but to be fair, most other stuff in this one is anti-alias as well. So let's see. Used AA. That's what you're saying. Let's take a look. So if I scroll in here and we do here, I am seeing some areas here. Now, granted, this is in frames. So let me go to the first frame. We're not animated yet. I do see a little bit here, right? You kind of see where the edges have a few cluster shading. Ooh, what a fancy word. I'm just looking in terms of, like, there's dithering, right? You would call that dithering, the checkered kind of area here. This is some really fancy stuff, I can say. And then, let's see, anti-aliasing, you would say right here. These two, well, not this color, that dark color, is made to make the edges round so that when you scroll out. So use AA, we'll say cluster shading, and dithering. And why we do this, right? Why we look at things like this is because while you may not think you can get to this level right now, trying to understand what techniques this person used means that you can try to use it in your own art. So for example, if you're trying to emulate a style like this, learning how to do dithering, anti-aliasing, cluster shading, that can help and go a long way and getting something comparable to this in the long run at the very least. So let's see, what are other things you think you can notice? We have anti-aliasing here. There's a lot of good uses of colors, I can say that for certain. Let me go ahead and click play on here. And let's see, I can't say if we scroll in here, and it's a little tricky because it's a GIF. This was the only one I could find, or this was I couldn't find a non-GIF version, but I thought this was interesting enough to look at, even if it's a little blurry because of the GIF transformation. However, let's see. Out of all of these three, which one's your favorite and why would you say? And the bookmarks are so cute. Well, that's a good point too. Eyes and tongue, the themes. This one here could be a tongue, but it's different. This one's like a scholarly sort of bookmark. This one uses a tongue as a bookmark. That's super creative. And light from the gem lights up a little bit. Do you mean the overall light when it's kind of pulsing? Or you just mean in general? I can see these eyeballs are lit up. So some areas are lit up, some are not. And I also have the bright and blue gradient and the top right space one, turning blacker and blacker as it goes to the bottom left. Let's see if we can notice. Blacker and blacker gradient. Let me scroll out a little bit. I don't see much of a gradient. Again, it could be because of this guy. Not too much. I can't say I like the use of the shininess in the, shininess slash reflections. And hi, Ken. Welcome into stream. And the first one's the most interesting creative one to me. Top right end, top right end of the front page is vaguely purplish. Do you mean down here at least? Or do you mean this guy down here? This seems to be some sort of gym reflections if I had to guess. You gotta go to the Necronomicon. Yeah, that one's just cool. And the space book, interesting. And the right one looks so majestic. It looks so pretty, doesn't it? And I love the space one. I love blue and stars. Yeah, these are overall, the ideas are really creative. And I'm hoping we can try to come up with some ideas ourselves. I'll say on here, reflections or lighting. How about that? Lighting slash reflections. FLACTIONS. Lighting slash reflections, I think, in the sense of we have the eyes, we have the, what would you call it? I guess the binder, BIN, binder and edges, and then we have gem. So for example, when I'm saying reflections, there's a sort of shine to the eyes, there's a sort of shine to the book edges here, there's a sort of shine here and on the gem. It does make it feel like it's alive in a way. It's the feeling I'm getting. And also the frame of the image has some cool patterns in the corner. This frame of the image, or what do you mean exactly? If I click on play here, the thing about trying to look at animations is the fact that sometimes they're not meant to be looked at bit by bit. So for example, if I choose a random frame, this might not be a frame you can look at because things like smear frames exist. So I try my best to find when I can, or at least the first image of something, as sometimes the middle frames are meant to be looked at and taken apart. It's the overall image you're supposed to see when you compile them all together. But overall, I think, and with the time up, these are some really good notes. And I definitely think along the way, these guys are going to be super, super important. So I'm excited. Let me go ahead and save that guy there. Let me go ahead and hide that guy here. Lovely. And let's go back into planning now. I believe Paula was mentioning earlier about looking at some art they sent. So how about we take a look at that? Now, before we get started, if you'd like to participate along with this, hold on. I think that the idea of a Pixelart book really hinges on the type of game. For example, a game like Deltarune, the books are found in the world, so they don't need to be necessarily extremely detailed. Yep, the purpose of the art is really important. Is it going to be used for its UI? Is it going to be used as an object? Is it going to be used just as background art? It definitely depends. And I think that's what I think that's for everything. You weren't here, but last time we did a study, it was on bugs, and it was a difference between bugs that were used for bosses, bugs that were used for background. So it depends on the use of the pixel art. I think just art in general, how detailed you want to get. And Minecraft for the player, yep, makes sense to add more detail and look more important. Yep, 100%. Let me go ahead and do exclamation Discord on here. There you go. And then let me also do Discord on here. There we go. And send that on there. Alrighty. So if you'd like to participate along with the study, if you happen to draw some papers, some books you want to share, you can join the Discord and we'll take a look at it at the end of stream. If I go ahead and enable this guy right here, you can see this is the Discord. This is the welcome screen. And what you can do is scroll down to the side here where it says Pixelart Study with me. Let me close this guy. I don't want to see just yet. But you can see these are previous studies we've done. And the idea is that these weekly study sessions gives people a chance, maybe if they haven't done Pixelart before, to try drawing, get in a sense of the way, get out of the house. But by no means you have to participate if you don't wanna. It's that kind of often thing where we'll take a look if you do happen to upload something. And since today is about paper and books, you can see that's up here. What wonderful piece of art you've produced, Paula.
Izu_Nari just followed.
Oh boy. And hold on, let me get that name. Nari? Is that how you say it? Welcome in, and I can try again if I butchered it. As you can see, we already have our first piece of paper. Saying that though, you'll find also up here some links. So we'll go over those links now since this is the resource section. So what I can do is I can go ahead and hide that guy here, and then I can bring you into this guy here. Let me make sure that's good to go, and then bring you into here like so. And here we are. To those of you that don't know, I have a website. And let me go ahead and do exclamation website. There you go. And that should bring you there. And let me also do it for YouTube as well. There we go. And what I try to do my best is I try to collect as many resources as I can about different topics since I focus on game development, I try to cover all aspects of it. So from programming to making pixel art for it to making music, things of that nature. And since we do these weekly pixel art studies, the hope is that I can slowly amass a library of resources. So if you click up here, for example, and click on resources, and oh, you can't see it. Lovely. You can see we've done the bug study, we've done the water study, goal study, things of that nature. I even have on here, if you're trying to get started with Pixelart, tired algorithm.
Tired algorithm, just subscribe.
Thank you for the subscription. Welcome to stream. welcome indeed. I don't believe I've read that name before. You can see here, I've created a whole article going over different programs I recommend, different YouTubers I recommend, as I am no expert. I am not even really a professional. So I recommend as many people as I can that do know what they're doing. I recommend books and websites, things of that nature. And if we scroll up back here, you can see I also have a video. So if you're not much of a reader, I also made a video version of this page here. What we're looking at today, though, are paper. And our paper. What we're looking at today is paper. The paper thingy is the thing that we will look at on screen. So we go here to paper study. You can see there's a whole list of resources. So let's go over them super quickly before we hop into things. You can see here, this is the YouTube stream. Now, it depends. Sometimes I can easily enough find resources when it comes to playlists. However, sometimes there's not resources out there that go over certain things. For example, if I click on duplicate and I just click on, let's see, fire. Let's do water. If I scroll down here, you can see water study playlist. I click on this guy and it brings you to a compiled list of videos I was able to find on YouTube that have to do with drawing water. That's the idea behind the playlist. And I Moonreader put on Pixelart study with me on a pseudo stream. I see. Oh, also, let me check on what you were saying, Check. If we go back into here really quickly, and let me do that guy here, this guy here, do this guy here, and no, let's see. Darker color. I see. Gradient. I got ya. If we scroll down here to stream discussion, this is where you can start putting stuff up. Check if there's a reference or resource you want me to look at. It can be best to go in here. That way everyone can get a good gander at it. So let me go ahead and click at this guy here. Let me go ahead and hide you guy here. Go back to this guy here. All the windows. That was for water, but sometimes, for example, if I search up how to draw pixel art book, sometimes I don't get any videos or I can't find any videos. So we're kind of a little bit on our own in the sense of this is a topic we want to learn, but there's not really any videos out there. So I'm hoping as well this is a stream where if someone looks at it in the future, this can maybe help them. And hi Pixelart Journey, welcome to stream. I didn't realize you were live. I am live from Friday to Sunday from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. welcome in though. Hello. Let me go back to here. And for books, I'm thinking the best way, since I couldn't find how to draw pixel art books, I'm thinking learning about isometric art. So art that's done from a different perspective might be our best bet. So I do have a playlist here for isometric art. And wasn't there a channel like that before? There was. It was a forum page though. Now it's just a straight channel. As I'm hoping that'll make things a little bit easier, as it also wasn't getting used a lot. So the hope is that converting it will help a lot. Let me go ahead and close you. And for websites, with the articles, things of that nature now. Some things, usually I will link to pages like this where there are articles or images or GIFs and, oh, I died. Oh no. Are we good? Oh no. It's begun again. We'll see how things go though. A great website like this, I like because it just shows off small, digestible art for different topics. So whether you want light magic effects or jump, or in our case, isometric, that's there for you to look at. And today, since it's a little bit tricky to get any official resources, we're a little bit all over the place. And I believe it has a thingy regarding one stream. Yeah. So I converted a little bit. What we'll do today, and I also have on here Raponyms, and I don't know if it'll let me do it since I'm not logged in. But they even have little tutorials like this, which I find neat because it tells you how they got to where they were for their art, which I really like. Let me close this guy here, close this guy here. We have a few places to look at. For example, I link here to the game UI database. If you're making a game and you're not sure how to color your UI, no, this is bright mode. Let me make this dark mode. I think this is a neat tool because that's so nice, isn't it? it's a neat tool in the sense of if you want a pause menu, for example, and let me do, say, pause, and screen type, pause screen type. It can maybe give you some examples. And why I'm pointing out this is because of the purpose of why I'm doing this stream. I am currently making, and if I go up here to this guy here, open this guy really quickly, and scroll down to here, I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game, and it takes place in a wizard academy. So I need to learn how to draw spell books. Right now, my current spell book looks like this. It's not much, but it's honest work. And all of my UI, I want to be paper themed. I want it to be book themed. So the hope is that I can learn how to draw paper better to add to my game. And then by using a website like this, I can say, okay, maybe I want a layout like this, or maybe I want a different layout. So by looking at previous games, maybe you can find something that you like to look up, mix and match, and do things of that where you're taking references and figuring out what you like or dislike about them. Saying that, that's here for you if you'd like to use it, as I remember seeing this website before, but I want to make sure I also note it. Another resource we have, if I click on this guy here, scroll back down, is we have this guy here. And, no, don't remind me of it. I had a mental breakdown trying to type. Moonreader, have you tried it recently? I know it's been hard in the past, but I've been trying to make it easier. No one's managed to get it perfect yet, but I'm hoping over time. Soon. TM, it'll be a maintainable rate and easiness. I have some references to books here if you're looking for books to draw. There's also a link here to Final Fantasy books. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. And let me go back down here. I believe this guy talks about isometrics. Yep. So if you like, again, articles, this is here for you to look at soon, TM. I'm telling ya, one day. Let me go ahead and close these guys here. Now, I've also pointed this out before, but depending on what we're doing, I think it's handy. When you're not sure where to go to look at Pixelart, there's different websites you can go to. We'll skip this one for now. We'll talk about the ones that I usually do refer to. For example, we have the Spriter's Resource. Now, Spriter's Resource is a great website. They compile assets of official games, and it's taking a while to load, isn't it? Huh? My internet does not like me today. I even refreshed it, and it said, nah. Not today. Let's see if I just click on one of these guys. I might not be able to. Oh, there we go. Lovely. Do you still want to show up? No, that's okay. What people will do is they'll take assets from games. And the nice part about this, right? If we quickly go back to our Pixelart of the day, like so, this guy right here, if you wanted to draw something like this, it's difficult to tell how big the books are. So if you wanted to draw something to this scale, it would be a little tricky in the sense of, okay, how big is this book? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe numbers. And what a website like the Spriter's Resource is handy is that you can use it as a reference. So if we go back to this guy, what I've done is I've linked a bunch of games I know about that have books in them. And for example, let's just do, the one we already have, Undertale Yellow. It's not a book example, but for example, if we click on this character, and if I click on download the sheet, I can bring it into my program, and my program I use is Aseprite. So if I go ahead and click on this guy here, go ahead and drag and drop it into my program, I can show you how handy a website like this is. Let's go back into this guy here, and you can have your internet back when you show a little responsibility. Never! You can't hold me down! If we click here, right, you should be able to see the size of the character. You can go pixel by pixel. So in this instance, the character is 29 wide by 41 tall. And this is handy because if you're looking to draw a character like this big, it's easier to see, okay, I'm gonna have to make a character about this big. So it's helpful in the sense of, it gives you a sense of scale. There's a cute sprite, where is it from? This one's from Undertale Yellow. It's a fan game, if you haven't played it before, and they are really, I do agree, Pixelart Journey. I really like their art. Let me go ahead and remove you here, and don't save. Yeah, we'll go back into this guy here. And it's Undertale Yellow? Yep, it's a fan game. People made it for a prequel of Undertale. I've played it. I haven't played the other routes of it, but I had a lot of fun doing it. Let me go ahead and close this guy here, So the Spriter Resource is a website. There's also itch.io. I was just on that website, but if you know, well, if you're a game developer, you've probably used this website before, either to upload your game to it or to download assets to put into your game. But like with the Spriter's Resource, you can find, and this is not linked correctly, but you can find different assets that you would put in your game, download them, and also use them as reference. So you don't have to put them in your game, you can use them as study notes, things like that. And I could see Necrotype having a diegetic menu. That's a menu that physically assists in the game. Yep, that's what I'm hoping, Check. That's 100% what I'm hoping, is that the book you hold in your hand will be your UI. But how to do that? Not quite sure, but I do love a good diegetic menu. I think they're really neat. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. So I have on here some games to get you started. I also have on here some asset packs to get you started. And another thing is I also have some palettes to get you started, because I thought these might be handy. I'm not sure what colors we're going to use, so I wanted to make sure I came prepared. And I've got a whole list of different, words, palettes. And it's a website called Lowspec. So if you've been struggling with colors, maybe this website can help you. For example, here we have some different colors. And last but not least, I have one more tool. And we'll be trying to do this without the tool, but I want to show it off just in case you're looking for options. And it translates to non-high-class speech. Moonrader, it will be eventually, I'm telling you. Last thing we have, we scroll down here. No, I know not all of you use Aseprite, which is why I'm only just shouting these guys out. We'll try our best not to use the plugins. However, if you do use Aseprite, maybe you might find this of interest. For example, with Lowspec, you're able to download palettes directly from Lowspec with this Aseprite plugin. There's a tons of Aseprite plugins out there, so maybe that might be of interest to you, as there's a lot of neat plugins. So you can mod your game, for example, even the look of the game, different things of that nature. This is very overwhelming. I can certainly understand. I hope to at some point have a kind of recommendation list or something. But for example here, my Aseprite looks the way it does because I got this theme color. I like this color here, so I got it and put it into my Aseprite. And what I wanted to point out not only was the Lowspec, but also the isometric box. We're going to try making our own first, that way we know how to do it before using any fancy or neat tools. I think that covers everything though, as far as the resources are concerned. I believe, oh, I did not. And lastly, I've pointed this out before with items, but learning or looking at Minecraft texture packs can also be a great resource, like with games or with itch. They're just assets you can download, and I'll show you. And I need a good Pixelart creator, but I'm too broke for Aseprite. What should I use? I'm glad you asked, Moonrader. If we just go downtown to here, you should be able to see the second one I recommend, as I try my best to recommend free and non-free things. Libersprite. Libersprite would be the one I recommend for you. And let me do at here, !PixelartGS. And that should put that there. And then let me also put it in YouTube as well. There you go. There you go. And Libersprite's the one I recommend. And then I also have up here recommendations for mobile. So free and non-free, if that is of your concern. Saying that though, let's go ahead and click back to this guy here. I was talking about Minecraft texture packs. A neat thing about Minecraft texture packs is, depending on what you want to use them for, they can also be handy for resources. What I'm meaning is, if we go into, well, Minecraft is a survival game, and so you have different objects like swords, books, objects and food like eggs or cake, and people like modding the game by changing the textures. So maybe you could do a fun challenge of making your own Minecraft texture pack by going through all the different textures, and yuck, fancy professionals and their cheap plugins. They're not cheap, they're time efficient. However, I do want to make sure you know how to do the things before you start using the tools that make it time efficient. Saying that, I have some texture packs up here that I do enjoy. We have, for example, one called Whimscape, and if I go into here, you can just see it changes the objects, changes the look of the game. And what I wanted to do quickly before we get started is show you how to get different textures. I think this is a neat resource in the sense of, for example, if you're making a game about smithing and you need some iron ingots, some gold ingots, you can have that here. So think of, if there's other alternatives to look at. And how does it feel to laugh so much? Great! A laugh a day keeps the doctor away. And I'm not seeing no doctor. Let me go ahead and close this guy. So if you do end up downloading a texture pack, for example, let's just say this Faithless one. You would click on this guy here, you click on the download guy, it would allow you to select the game version, you download it, and then from there, and I don't know why I didn't have this open. Oh no. Give me 1 second to open up this guy. It should work the same as if you're in your folders. So let me make sure this guy is ready to open. Slide you over here. Let me make you a little bit bigger. And I should be able to oh, it won't let me. What a shame. That's okay. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, click you here, eagle, there we go. What about this eagle? Ah, they both work. this is a program I like to use. And if I just make this a little bit bigger, it's a way I sort my files. But what I just wanted to point out were the texture packs and how to look through them. So for example, the texture pack we were just talking about, Windscape. If I click on this guy here, you can see there's different folders. You would click into assets, I believe. Oh no, I'm forgetting. You'd click into something like assets, and you click into Minecraft, and then you would click into textures, so this guy here, and then you would click into, let's see, items. And then this would give you all the items. So that's how you would navigate through the folders. I wanted to point that out. And how I was talking about cake, you would just click, and drag. This would be the same as in your file explorer. This is just how I sort my files. And it feels great until that one thing and Deltarune punishes you. Oh man, that was awful. So let me go ahead and save that. Now I think that's everything. Let me double check in terms of resources. Yeah, playlist, website, articles. Yep. Okay, we're good to go now. We're a-okay. Lovely. Alrighty, in that case, let's go back to the planning screen. Why don't we? And let's see. So we've done Pixelart of the day, we've done resources. Now we get to move on to paper and anti-aliasing. But before that, let me get some water, as I am thirsty. Let me move you into here, Go ahead and move you into draw here. Lovely. And oh no, where can I find a stick reference? I hope there's a neat video from a trustworthy creator. I'm glad to do that. You should be able to find it on the... I don't have this link ready. But I have been trying to, on my free time, also make a texture pack. And check, remember, it's not cheating if you enjoy it. No, it's not true. Right, water. Water was what I was supposed to be doing. Okay, we're all good to go. Now, I wanted to start off by doing, or trying to do some paper textures. And
Check _14 just redeemed hydrate.
Let me grab some water. More. Hold on. Okay, we are good with the more water. What I can do, right, is from that list of texture packs I was talking, not texture packs, but textures I was talking about. So if I go ahead and just grab that guy from this here, I'll be using the one that is known as this guy here. I can drag it and drop it into here, and you can see, this is the one I'll be using. I think this best gets a good feel of what paper could be. So this is the guy, and it uses 4 colors, so all I'll do is I'll just grab these 4 colors here. So we have this black, we have this kind of blue, we then have this guy, and this guy. So we'll see how well we can do these colors with this one here. And, oh, wrong color. We're looking for the white. You there. Lovely. And I'll close you. And there's a cooldown, sadly. You know, there used to not be a cooldown. I added a cooldown because of all of you scheming like that. You can thank your peers. Let me go ahead and make a new layer here. Now, what I wanted to do for the next, like, 20-ish minutes maybe is I wanted to try to draw just paper in general. See if we can draw some paper, figure out the isometric feel. And remember, if you break a stick, then no matter what it broke, it's still a nick brick. That's not true either, coward. I like breathing, alright? What I'll do is I'll make this guy our blank background, like a piece of paper, right? We'll move that there. Now we have, let's see, and oh, not supposed to see that yet. Let me actually do this guy instead, I think would be handier. Make the background darker, as white will be our piece of paper. Alrighty. So if you were to draw a piece of paper, how would you go about doing it, you think? Let me scroll in here, and let me move this down here. When I think piece of paper, I think the simplest way to do it would be to create something like this, something like that, maybe a little bit wider we can go. And then it would look like, oh, hold on, non-continuous. There you go. That would be like a piece of paper, right? If a piece of paper were on its side, what would it look like? Probably it would maybe look, oh, make sure it's not full screen. It would probably look like that, right? Now, for isometrics, and I'm still learning isometrics, so it's a little tricky. However, if I go ahead and do this guy here, if we were to draw it at an angle, our piece of paper might look like something a little bit different, but let me draw it out for you. So if we go back to this guy here, let me make sure I can get it as a... references, they don't come very common to me, so I try my best to find them since it helps with remembering. I can go ahead and move you here, and we can take the reference from scene 11, like here. And now we can see, right, this is a 2x1. For every 2 horizontal pixels, you move vertically by 1. Let's go ahead and do 2x1, shall we? Let me move this guy here, and maybe make you a little bit smaller here, like that. There you go. Lovely. And beautiful books, and the Legion collects duels. Tool Legion. Hold on. Let's see. Let me hold on. Make you always on top. Okay, good. And bring a stick in to destroy it. Now you got 2 sticks. It's like a Hydra. Let's go ahead, right, and do that pattern I was talking about, the 2-to-1 ratio. So we do 2, and then we do 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And I believe all you have to do is also do 2 on the other side. So let me go ahead and see about doing 2, 2, 2, oh, 2. Let me scroll down here. 2, 2, oh, 2. And you would just do this pattern. And I think then you would just, let's see, if I do you there, and then I do you here, that, yes, it works. Sort of, kind of, feels a little funny. And oh, did I make a stamp just now? Oh, that's neat. But I'll go ahead and make our little pattern here. And this would be isometric. You would build on this with perspective. So let me make this here. And did you draw something at W Place? Hi, true sir. I think that's how you say it. Welcome on to stream. And no, I have not, but I do know about it. I think I'm cooking right now. I'm excited to see what you draw, Pala. And I see the Stick Legion. Moldy computer. Oh man, it feels so long ago. From here, right? Let me make this a little bit smaller. So if we were to draw a piece of paper on its isometric angle, which is isometric perspective, so you're usually seeing the corner, and I like the hearts, they're adorable. Thank you. You're usually seeing the corner of it. So then what I would do, right, is I would grab this guy here, and let me move you there. And then I can grab our paper texture, this one here, slide you above. We'll go ahead and grab our white. And so our paper at an angle, right, would be, if I make sure I'm on the right layer, and pattern. We don't want pattern, we just want our block. There we are. Okay. And then from there, we'll follow this pattern, right? So 2, 2, 2, 2. And then it might be, let's see, about there. Maybe, well, it's 2, right? So we're following that 2 line. And then we have the 2, 2, 2, 2. And then maybe it would be U. So our paper maybe would look like that. And then we would fill that in. Something like that would be our isometric guy. And then when we hide it, you can see the paper is now on its side. So the idea is that you would use your isometric grid to do different isometrics. And the tool I was talking about before, it just does this for you. You give it what's the word I'm looking for? You give it a size, and then it does it on its own. It is as you can see, the reason why it's handy is because it is a time saver. You can certainly do this on your own, should you want to do it. And my hope is that we'll be able to draw some paper in different angles, different perspectives. I want to spend some time just drawing paper and seeing where it takes us. And my words have not heard the same name since, suppose it was long ago. I see. So let me go ahead, and if we were to draw now a folded piece of paper, what do you think that would look like? Let me scroll out a little bit so we get all of these guys here, and scroll that there, and the hearts, don't worry, I tell ya. Let me copy you, move you down here, and let's see, it's one of my last streams. I missed them many weeks ago. No worries at all. If we were to draw, right, paper folded with the corner, how do you think that would look? Maybe we do like this here, right? And then maybe we would see, maybe this guy would be folded in like this. Does this look like the paper's folded in on itself, like it's folded in? Maybe it then, let's see, at this guy here for the dark edges, maybe it will look like that. I don't know, it kind of looks like a file, don't you think? the file folding. Let's see. For now, I think that would work to show, hey, look, our paper's folding in itself. Maybe if we were to grab this guy, right, and copy you, paste you. If I were to try to have this paper curl upwards, you could see some of it. Maybe it might look like, let's see, like that, and I'm just spitballing here at the moment. We haven't played any references. I'm just going off of what I think might feel looks like a bin. We'll steal the cookie from the cookie jar all over again. You might see a piece come up here like this, and let's see, maybe even like that. Possibly, you think it looks like a piece of paper has been folded up? Maybe you'd even see something like that to make it look like, hey, part of me is coming up from the ground. Maybe. And let's see, is there another one we can do? If we were to fold it in half, how might we do it? If we were to say, take a piece of paper and have it halfway, maybe it would look like, and I'm just doing this off of what I think is right, and then we're gonna do a good check. So it might be something like that, do you think? Would that show off, hey, look, this paper's folded? Do you think it'd be more like that? I try to use this idea here, but I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Right now I'm just seeing what what my mind would think, and then we'll see what usually people do. So maybe, I think, it might be like this here, where the paper's folded down and that's shadow shading. Can't get over the bitten piece of paper. So for now, I think these are my basic papers. So let's go ahead and take a look at some actual paper. So if I go ahead and scroll out here, they have many references. Let's go down to paper here and let's take a look. So for this piece of paper, they have one side that's dark and then one side that's bright. Kind of like what I have here, but not quite. So let's go ahead and there's really never stuff through there. Let me sludge over here. So for this person, what they do is, and I say this person, but it's actually a piece of paper. It kind of goes up in space a little bit, so it goes in on some areas and goes out on others. So you might see the paper kind of do, let's see, something like this here. And then it kind of goes up, so let's see, you here and then you here. And half darker looks 3D, interesting. And the paper could be a mimic. I would love to do a chess study at one point, as the idea is that in my game, because of it being a Magic Academy, the hope is that the trash can is going to be a chess mimic, or a trash mimic. I thought that would be a fun idea, but I haven't ever drawn a piece of, or a mimic before, or even a chest. So, does that look like the paper? I'm not quite saying it. Maybe it would be like this, do you think? Like that? Or maybe, right, just thinking here, because I see a piece of paper up and down. Would it be better to do like this and this? Does this look like the paper? I think in a way it does, but not quite. Do you think it's because the crease there is a little bit darker? Wouldn't that be too cute? A nice intro to horror sprites. Hi, Abe. Welcome into stream as well. I want it to be cute horror. And maybe the trash mirror could have raccoon ears in its true forms. That'd be adorable, wouldn't it? Let's see. I'm just wondering, what do you think could change about this? And good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Let's grab this guy here, and I just want to see. Maybe if we were to do like something like this, does it feel like it's folded over now? I don't think so, I'd say. I think this does feel better, but not quite. What are some other things we say? If I go to here, let's see. You got this guy here, that crease, and then you have some shading. And it looks like we have gray above, the darker are as a connected line, and then brighter below. Oh, hold on. And hydrate.
Moon
Sure.
Raider 58
More
just
hydration.
redeemed
Let me get
hydrate.
some water. We have gray above and darker as the connecting line. That's what I was thinking, right? I did that though, and it didn't quite feel right. So we have gray above, right, and then darker as the connecting line, so something like that. And line through the middle looks the best to me. Interesting. We'll keep it then. We will keep these guys here. I believe that's the both of them. Huh. Interesting. It looks like a shoe shoebox. And maybe the divider's way too big in this case, which is why the paper doesn't look as bent. Plus, I think the divider needs to be cut in the upper half. Cut into the upper half. She'll elaborate a little bit frost. And let's see. If the paper was bigger, I'm just curious to see if we were to make a big piece of paper like this, and then fill you in, and then grab this guy here, grab this guy here, and I was drinking water. Tethering you to the cursor. Does it help if it's bigger, do you think? I think this is where anti-aliasing might come into play, but we'll see. And hi Remy, welcome to stream. And the top part could be diagonal onto one side, bottom part straight up and down. Hold on, I can try my best to see. Let's see. Top part could be diagonal to one side. So do you mean something like, let's see, diagonal one side? So maybe something like this? Do you mean diagonal to one side? So like you, and then we have you maybe, possibly like that. Diagonal to one side, and then bottom part straight up and down. This does seem straight up and down. Let me scroll out a little bit. So we have all the cards on the table here, like that. And have you played the game Garden Story? No, but I can save it up here. And I feel like that needs to take half the canvas to see the effects. all the paper on screen. Oh, Garden Story. Yes, I have played Garden Story. I really like the art of it, especially the foliage. Let's see. Let me go back to you here and here. Lovely. And that does make it look a lot better. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. It's always the small things, isn't it? Saying that, any other paper we can look at? I want to try to do this guy here. Let's see. And wait, I used white for the paper, but white is the brightest color. How do I highlight? Is it just highlight? I think that's the tricky thing when it comes to paper, right? For me right now, I'm using the white as the white of the paper. If I'm looking at this guy, I'm kind of seeing a few things. I'm seeing that crease. So I might start off, right, by making the paper here. And then we kind of have that arrow pointed. So maybe it would be something like this. And then we have you here. And then we have you here as well. So maybe something like that. And then maybe you'd have that bent line there. So maybe something there. And then maybe you'd have a dark area here. So maybe actually you'd have that there. And then this guy here would be the bent. Does that look like the piece of paper, do you think? The triangle guy? Kind of, sort of, my opinion. We'll look at some actual Pixelart in a second. But right now, we're just spitballing. And you do wider, simple enough. Funny enough, this isn't as wide as it gets. But there is certainly an argument for it, I'd say. And late Felton. Let me see. Any other guys I want to look at? One more. Let's try looking at this guy. See how we might do it on our paper, guys. Let me go ahead and save it here. And how might you do this, do you think? Let's look at this one right here. This one I think might not be as tricky. I'm sticking to 16 by 16 in this area as I think it'll make it a little bit nicer to do. I just need 500 sheets of gray and white. No problem. All the shades. I want to see if it's possible to do as little shades as possible. So we'll see. What I'm thinking here, right, is we kind of have it go up. So it might go up by 2, right? And then it might go down by 2. So something like 1, 2. And then it might go up by 2 again. So maybe 1, 2. And then let's see. So what I'm thinking is, right, we kind of have that guy there. And I'm kind of using the idea of having that isometric feel by sticking to the 2. So my hope is that we have 1, 2 here. And then we have you. And then we have go all the way down here. And let's see. You go, I'm guessing, up here. And then you have 2. And then you have 2. What do you think? Does that look like a pen piece of paper? I think it looks more bent than the other guys, at least. That shading and changing in form. I do quite like this one a little bit more. It definitely feels like the paper is changing. It looks like a waving flag. I can see that as well too, yeah. Hold on, like you take a flagpole, you would grab this guy here and then, there you go. Flag. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Okie dokie. Since you looked at these guys, let's take a look at how some games do paper. And that's what this screen was. I didn't show it before. Well, no, I did show it before. So let's start off by looking at the suggestions from Minecraft, why don't we? So this is all the way up here. This is the official way Minecraft does pieces of paper. I believe this is the old way, this is the new way. And I don't know if I'd say this is anti-aliasing. And I believe I do control click. Aha, that worked. Lovely. And you can't see the game, so let me slide this guy over so you can see all the games here. So, they do paper in a kind of, what would you call it? A foldy sheet way where the sheet kind of looks like this, which is interesting. This is not only trying to draw the piece of paper or trying to draw the object, but how you frame it. For example, mine was super flat. Like these guys were super flat. This guy was a little bit of a different perspective, and they decided to shift it in space so you could see all of it. So, and it's trying to show the shadow fall upon itself by adding a wee bit of crumple. Hey, kind of see it. Let's go ahead and copy this guy, and I'll put him here. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. So go ahead and grab you. And it's everywhere, the anti-alias shading. I feel like that's gonna be a big thing. I'm not very good at it, which is why I also want to try to see if I can get better at those skills, as I think they're really important. And I'm not sure if our palette is going to work for what we need. But that's okay. That's the starting guy. And we have very respectable and clean pieces of paper with no crumple. Oh wow, they really lean on the off-white as well. These guys, let's see, this is a green-white, or maybe yellowish white you would call it. Then we have some darker areas. It's very light. For this guy here, we have this guy. I might choose a different white a little bit. And thank you for the subscription, Dilsa. Where's it, Dilsa?
DayCT just subscribed.
Dilsa, maybe. Don't tell me how close I got. I can always try again. Thank you for the subscription, truly. And welcome into struggling. welcome in. And yeah, this cream off-white, like white a wee bit blue. Yeah, I can see it. Let's see. We kind of have this guy here, right? And
the underscore image just followed.
So, you see it. Again, I can always try again. So thank you for the follow and welcome in. So let's see. Maybe we might have our piece of paper like this, where we have a kind of going across, right? And then we kind of have this guy also going across a little bit here, and you can't see the paper. Hold on. Let me move it down here. Okay. And then maybe that can work. Maybe we could do, let's see, you here, you here, you here, you here. Kind of cut you off a smidge. Trying my best to keep a feel of organized look to it. But I don't know, something about this edge feels a little bit wrong. And then this edge here, I think this might feel more paper-like. Let's see, you would bring it up by you for 2. Yeah. You would go up by 2, I think, and then you would go up by 2. Uh-huh. Yeah, then you would go something like that. I think is more paper-like. And then from there, and you lied to me, don't color later. Well, I mean, this isn't completely white, right? We have this color, and then we have completely white, which is this color. It's a little bit brighter. I don't know if you can tell. Ads are about to start though. So we'll let ads do their thing. And then I was saying, I am not sure. I think for our purposes, we might want to maybe make our own color palette or choose a different one. We'll see. But once the ads are back, I think that's what we'll have to do in sense of finding an outline color. As while I do like the way this guy feels, it feels a little bit too strong for what I'm trying to do. So I think making our own might work out a little bit better. So we'll do the ad breaks, then we'll come back. In the meantime, think of what color you like for your paper. Usually, I like going for the parchmenty papers that are really yellow, really old. And yep, it is official. I am colorblind. You're not colorblind in the slightest, I tell you. Hold on. If I click on this guy, right? Zoom in. It is so minuscule. It doesn't even matter. You can see the numbers changing the bottom, but that's about it. They look so similar. One of these is the true brightest of bright. But they look so similar. I don't like that. That doesn't matter. I think. Let me get some lemonade. Tasty. Okay. Saying that, yeah, I think our best bet going forward, because I want to do some anti-aliasing. And looking at these guys, right, at least this bowl, if I go ahead and drag back what it was used for, let's see on screen here. This is there we are. This is how they use it. And I do like the way this looks. However, I think maybe it's a little bit too strong. Anti-aliasing is nice because if you scroll out here, don't the edges kind of feel smoother? In this case, they're using the black. So I think, yeah, because of what they're using it for, they're using it as ink. We don't need ink, we need paper. I think that's why the color palette's not going too well. And 2:40 p.m. Don't worry, Check, you're not missing a thing. I think, I'm just thinking aloud here. Using the palettes, I think which one might fit us a little bit better is, let's see, possibly this guy here, just parchment. Yeah, which is this one right here. This one might work a little bit better because it's using paper. And Pixelart ads to help you learn Pixelart. Easy. I think this one might fit a little bit better because it's using pieces of paper compared to this guy here, because this is texturing off of ink. It's not paper, it's ink. This one here is about paper. So I think this guy is the way to go. Or again, you could always make your own. I like using palettes because I tend to have a preference when it comes to colors, and then I always end up using the same colors I always use. So I like the idea of doing color palettes because it gives me a chance to experiment. And let me move you here. And I see, and difference in blues, he's able to tell very minor differences and stuff. Red green, I think, is the most common. Has very delicate differences between browns. Interesting indeed. So let's see. Let's scroll up here, and what I think would be handy as I wait for the ad breaks to do their thing, and then I'll explain. But I like the way they do it. There's a few things going on here, and there's a few colors. I do want to break them down because I think they will be handy and very important, especially for paper like this and paper like that. So let me actually copy and paste both of you guys. There we go. Okay, and welcome back from the ad breaks. You've missed not much at all. I always try my best to pause so that people don't get interrupted. But I was saying, this palette that I'm thinking about using, it's paletting ink. We're trying to draw paper, so something like this might be better because it's using it to shade paper. This one is doing ink on a piece of paper. It's not the piece of paper itself. And since we're doing a piece of paper, that's important because we need the piece of paper. So I'm thinking this one here would be our best bet. And if I go ahead and copy you here, I should be able to do new layer and paste. Oh, that's pretty big. we'll just move you there for now. You'll be fine. And then from there, let's go ahead and do you here. And then I'll drag you down here. Alrighty. So I'm hoping this should make things a little bit nicer. There's a lot of colors going on here, but I wanted to first take apart what I'm seeing for Minecraft in the sense of we have our core color, right? We have this guy here, this is the paper itself. And I think I figured out to make the changes not so severe. I used a lighter pinkish undertone instead of a bluish undertone. Interesting. Some people like using blue because it's a cooler color for the shading. However, I do like me some pink every now and then. I feel like it adds a certain zing to it. And Pixelart has never stopped surprising me. There's so many different things you can do. So we have like the main color, and then we have the outline. I'm guessing it's the sky. There's a bit of a shaded outline. So it kind of looks like, and let me scroll you up here so you can see a little bit more. Let's do you here. Paper kind of looks like this in terms of shading. And then we have this guy, which is the lighter guy. So it kind of has a top and a bottom, something like this. And then we also have the edges, which are the anti-aliasing, I believe. Something like this here. I'm just putting down things for now. We'll look at it a little bit later. That's the top color, and then it kind of has like a inside-ish color, so there's other colors going on here. And then there's also a bottom color here, so you might feel like a bottomish color, then a little bit of a lighter color. So it kind of looks like this. In a way, I just put down a lot of colors. But we have a few. You have the shaded color. That's what I was talking about before, the outlines, where depending on where you're at, because the sunlight's coming from here, this edge is lighter. And because there's no light here, it's darker. That's what that paper's doing. And then for here, let's see. Then we have some other areas. And let's see, yeah. Anti-aliasing certainly is a weird guy, but I do want to get better. And I wish parchment paper tasted like gingerbread. That'd be delicious. I could go for some gingerbread cookies too. So, right, let's grab our piece of paper. Let's do this color, this color here. Let's try that guy as our main color for our paper. And then, right, we're gonna need a lighter color for our outline. So I believe this guy's our darkest guy. And then we'll also grab, let's say, oh, hold on, that guy there. So to do it like Minecraft, you would first take your darker color. You're gonna go ahead and, oh, actually, before I do that, let me copy it so you can see the difference between the two. Let me scroll over here. Okay, so let's see. You first have your darker guy here, so kind of like, oh, that actually should be maybe more like that there, and then you have the two here, and then the two here, and then you have the two here, two here, two here, and then you have the two here, two here, two here, and then you have two there, and then two there. There you go. Okay, that feels a little bit more papery. So you have the light and dark, right, and then the shading. So this guy here might get your lighter shading like that because it's at the top. Something like that, I think. And then from there, if we scroll out and grab you here, paste you there, slide you over, these guys. The idea behind anti-aliasing is that you're trying to smooth out edges. And as an example here, what you would do is you would take whatever color is nearest. What I mean is that if you have this color, right? And then this color, you're going to want to try to blend these two colors together. And what people tend to do is they'll take the one color, they'll grab the other color, try their best to make it about 50%, and then add that color on top. And so our mixed color would be this guy. And then from there, there's one more thing you gotta do. And if I can do, let's see, this here, and then maybe like that there. The next idea is that you'll take your color that you're trying to mix and round, and you'll try to put it in between these guys. And it's a bit tricky to explain because I'm still learning it. But the hope is that by adding them around your edges, in or out, if I, let's see, add you here, copy you, paste you here, and then move you back down there, grab you here, which line would you say feels smoother? If I zoom out here and here, would you say the top line or the bottom line? Because of the anti-aliasing, I think the bottom one feels smoother. So it's a subtle difference, but I think if you do it, use it everywhere you can, it can add a certain oomph to the feel of the art. And that's what anti-aliasing is about. So if we go ahead and go back to here, right? What we're seeing is, let's see. Okay. You might add it in a corner here, and maybe here. And let's see. Once that color, yep. And it feels pretty dark, which is surprising. Let me slide it over here. So I might add it along here. And I'm realizing as well, this top guy is also the same exact color just about. So let's make you, actually, let's see. That color there? Yeah. That way you're not too similar to our anti-aliasing color. That guy there. So you might add it along here. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to smooth it out. And let me see if I can actually find a reference for what it talks about, because I think that might be a little bit easier than me attempting to explain it. Let's read about it. And let me double check. I believe the book I have should have a section on it. And yeah, we're gonna go forward with anti-aliasing. Especially the topic I barely have enough knowledge on. Let me see if I can find some material. And Hey, devs can be artists too, like yourself. I keep doing a lot of it fun. And until 1.14, all textures were made by developers. I do remember that. They call it the programmer art, I believe, or developer art. And let's see, sitting in darkness for the months are better at Pixelart than me. I mean, people develop certain tendencies, which is really neat. They develop certain styles. If I click on you here, do you happen to talk about anti-aliasing? Let's see, you here? Do you? Okay, I think, let's see. Lovely, okay, let's read this. I think we're in need of a bit of a book intermission to better understand. And what better way than to read? So this book comes from Pixelogic. Let me go ahead, and this is the sample version, so you can get this version for free. Let me move you into, let's see, this guy here. And I really like this book because I think it explains things in a really nice way. And all right, I've cooked, so I'll take a food break. Happy papering, no worries, Pala. Thanks for cooking with your art. And now you get some well-deserved food. So I hope it's nice and tasty. We can scroll down here. There's a lot of different areas you can read, but what I want to take a look at is the anti-aliasing. So if we go ahead and scroll down, oh, hold on, let me just double check I didn't miss anything. Yeah, okay, good. Let's see you here. Let's scroll down. Anti-aliasing, a picture worth 1,000 words. Anti-aliasing helps you smooth out edges. Yep, bookception. A book and a book and a book. By placing pixels in little corners. Pay attention to where those little blocks are. They usually blend dark areas with light areas. Yep. They sometimes are found between two shades too. Smoothing and highlights. I'm telling you, it's that thing of, it's subtle. And that the subtlety is where it usually gets me at. It's this thing of, I'm not sure I understand. And anti-aliasing is used to smooth out those unavoidable shaggies. Yeah. And I talk about an artist here, clarity and detail. This is what I wanted to take a gander at. I looked at this book and loved it so much I read 20 pages when I had somewhere to be. I do like to read it before bed, things like that, where it's nice to have, it's just information. So let's see, the center has light colors, and the ends have dark colors. Outward, without outline, dark background. And then the center has dark colors, and the ends have light colors. Darker or lighter pixel art changes the thickness, and I believe that's the end of the, yep. Okay, but I believe this guy here should be enough to get us started. So I'll go ahead and take a screenshot of here. And let's go back to our Aseprite. Let's see, draw. Okay, so let's take a look at this guy. See if we can understand what it's saying. Let me scroll in a little bit here. Okay, so the center has light colors. So without outline, without outline, dark background. All right, we're looking for this guy here. So in my example, we have our piece of paper. And let's go ahead and just have piece of paper here. We have piece of paper, and then we have outline. So it would be this guy here, possibly like this. And then from that outline, you would add them around the edges, it seems like, depending on the area. So if I go ahead and add these guys here, you would then, let's see, let me scroll over, copy and paste, slide you over. And if we grab you here, our mixing color, right? And we do the outline areas, you might add it in here and here. We're trying to smooth out the edges. You might do it there and there too. You don't want to do a complete line, because I believe that is something called banding. And this could even look like shading if you're not careful. But you might add them in the edges along, let's see, here, these areas. Maybe you wouldn't even want to do it. I think with anti-aliasing, it comes to what you feel like would be better. As if I scroll out, right, it feels sharp now, wouldn't you say? So maybe we would do these areas here instead to make it feel less sharp. Maybe, if anything, you might do a lighter color here. So, right, if we grab this guy and this guy, maybe you might take the middle guy of that color. So, if I grab you here, let's see, and then we would grab this color here, make you the 50%, put you over top, maybe you would do these colors here, possibly. What do you think? Does it feel like it's rounded, or does it feel muddy? Does it feel like it's not working? I can see why you might add this. I am getting some textury feels. And that was the thing of, I never know. With anti-aliasing, I like when it's more subtle. This doesn't feel as subtle, but I can understand why it's used because it does add that oomph without taking too much, I think. And hi, Frogspin. Welcome to stream. And it does feel a bit rounded. Good. That's good. Yeah, it's that thing of, I understand the methods. It's just interesting, really. I feel like the shadow muddiness really depends on the background it's on. Interesting. That's a good point too, yeah. Because they were talking about, right, with outline, without outline, dark background. So, taking from that example, right, if I just grab this guy and it's coming together nicely, good, lovely. Let's see. I'll grab this, right? And to touch on what they were talking about with background, how about now What do you think? I definitely think the background does play a part because this guy was, let's see, outline. So that's this one here. And then this one is dark background. I can see this one feeling a little bit better. Yeah, I can see it. And a more aggressive aliasing would exist on a darker background, but a tamer one would exist on a lighter background. I'm guessing that's what this one's saying without outline for the background blending, as you can also do an outline inside or outside. Also, it's just really interesting ways to do it. So going back to this guy, right? Our piece of paper. You can see, right, the anti-aliasing where they try to round out those edges. And I'm gaming it. It doesn't look terrible. Good, Moonrader. I'm glad you're liking your art. Certainly a thing of just seeing why things are the way they are. Let's see. Going back to this guy, right? They seem to use the dark in the edges. So maybe what I can do is follow that idea of having some curve around here in the bottom. And then they also have a curve here. And let's see. Maybe for a dark background without outline fits better, whereas for a light background with outline might feel better. Let's see. Dark background without outline. This is dark background without outline. And then a light background without outline. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Copy you, paste you, move you up here, slide you over, and then grab you. Let's see, light background without outline. So are you saying something like this? Let's see, uncontinuous here. You there? Or do you mean lighter in the sense of grabbing, let's see, without outline? That guy would be just like this. Oh, hold on, undo. There you go. Like that. That? Nope. Hold on. Like that. And dark without. There's a lot of different options. Let's see. I'm guessing this is without. Yeah. We have outline. And let me also grab this guy just so we have it as a comparison. Let's see. Grab you here. And then we have the outline. So go ahead and give you here. There. Okay. So we have outline without outline. And then we have dark background. These are the three guys, I believe, that make up this image here. And I do like the dark background. I am liking that one a lot. So let's see. Going back over here, right? All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to round out those edges. I know there are certain rules to follow when doing anti-aliasing, but the number one rule I'd say is do what you think feels a little bit better. In my case, right now we want to blend these two colors. So this was the color blending for these two. But for this one here, you would grab, again, that color there. You would grab this color. And now you need the mixed color. So I'm going to grab this guy, go about 50%, and it's going to be that color. Which is, you could say similar enough that you don't even need to choose a new color. And I think in our case, yeah, I do my best to try to use as minimal colors as possible. We have this guy here, and I'm looking at this guy where it's taking the bottom ones or the top ones. So maybe you would do like that there. And then you would do that there and that there. Maybe even, like, let's see. It goes here. So maybe you would choose that guy there, or maybe you would choose that line there. Okay. And if I scroll out, what do you think? The left one versus the right one. And hi, Toak. Thank you for the follow. It didn't show up, but I can see it. welcome into stream, and welcome to learning about anti-aliasing. I think it depends on the size of the Pixelart too, because when it's super tiny like this, you don't notice it too much, or it's super noticeable. But when it's on a big scale, I feel like it might end up rounding things. And best channel, you deserve it. You're very sweet. Thank you. thank you indeed. It's a lot of attempts around here in terms of learning. But I do like the way they do this. So in their case, they use a area of anti-aliasing and doing a lot of different colors. Interesting. Okay. So, right, if we were to try to do our pieces of paper again, do you think we could try to do that method? If we go back here, right? And go back to our, let's see, folded piece of paper, like maybe, let's start off with just blank piece of paper. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. And let's go ahead and move you here. Paste ya. Oh, is this the right color? It is. Good. Sometimes I can't tell. So let's move you here, slide you over here, and slide you back down here. Alrighty. So we now have, again, our piece of paper. Let me go ahead and, I did read that too. Good. Grab that there. Now we have our piece of paper, right? And from there, I'm thinking, right? Do we just keep it blank? Do you want to round out the edges like we have here? So in this example, you might take the dark edges here. So you might go here. Oh, hold on. Like that there. Or you could even just, use the outline that we have here. So might be like that. And then you have the edges. The edges are darker up here. So something like that. Do you think that feels like paper? I think it kind of feels like a I'm getting a weird 3D feel from this where it feels like it's popping out like a button. It looks like a button that would say like a press or a, hold on, let's see. I'm seeing a button that looks like this, and then you maybe have an up arrow here. That's what I'm seeing when I see this, and then you maybe have some shading or something. I just feel button-y. Let's see. You have that piece of paper, and then maybe you can round it out by looking at that anti-aliasing edges. So maybe you would do here, 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 and here. I don't think that works quite well. Just interesting to think about. Huh. Okay, you know what? I may not think it looks quite well, but it was a try. So I'm gonna put you here, 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 and here. Okie dokie. Let's keep looking at some paper from different games. So that was Minecraft. This is, I believe, texture packs. Those are books, so we can look at this. Now, look at how they do paper. This is from a texture pack. I believe it is Whimsky. Yep, Minecraft texture pack. So this artist decided to try to do a different use of paper. And they also do a folded version too, like the folded one we looked at. So let's see how they do it. I scroll back down here. Let's go, let's see. There's still a lot of paper here. So we'll go over here. We'll go to this side here. And I'll paste it here. Okay. So looking at these guys, they are completely different, wouldn't you say, compared to this? If we grab our guy again, and that could look good as a front-facing book. This one here? Ooh, I could see it, yeah. Maybe you could add some like yellow rings or even black rings around the edges, like let's see, like that. That could look like a binder if you believe hard enough. I could see it being some sort of binder. Yeah, I could see it 100%. Let's see, save that there. Okay, so for this guy, how are they texturing things? And I don't know what it is about this. I think it's the saturated colors. If I click here, let's see, are they saturated? Yeah, saturation is usually on this side of the color area. Less saturated would be on this area. You can see how the colors are kind of more along the lines of leaning to the center and to the right. And the one with the dots in the corner is more like it though. Dots in the corner. Let's see. Dots in the corner? Do you mean on here? Is there another one? Up here? Dots in the corner? Ooh, could you elaborate a little bit, Check? Let me do this one here. Oh, do you mean, hold on. Like this dots? Where the dots are here? Like that? That type of dots? Like, if so, yeah. I think that one looks a lot nicer. It looks a lot neater. Let me go and save you here. Slide you over. Okay, so for this guy, right? We have well, we're looking at the shading. Again, it's that lighter shading with darker shading, right? And the one to the right. Oh no, not right again. Do you mean here? Let's see. The dots in the corner is more like it though. Oh no. I can't tell which one is being referred to. Let me go ahead and grab this color here. And next time it shows up, I'm putting it. Okay, good. That'd be handy. So again, we have that lighter shading, right? Shading up top, shading at the bottom. So let's see. Let's grab our colors here. So we have shading on the top, shading at the bottom. Let me go ahead and grab these guys here. And these really are saturated colors. So to make my color saturated, what you would do is, let me make this a little bit bigger here. You would up it by just kind of moving it around here, sliding it to the side. So I'd maybe grab this guy, slide him over. Now he's more saturated than the other ones. And then we'd have that dark area here. It's not much of a tell, right? So maybe to emulate that guy more, you might even do like that, where it's now even darker and shaded. Something like that. And then you would grab this guy here and, hydrate. Sure.
Check underscore 14 just redeemed hydrate.
Water is delicious, I tell ya. Very tasty. Thank you for that redeem. You need to flush down the confusion. True. Very true indeed. We kind of have this guy here. And, let's see. Scroll a little bit here. This guy here is also not saturated, so also slide it over in the saturation scale. So it might look something more like this, do you think? Let me go back here. And we want to also make sure that everything's getting hue shifted. So let's see. You're here. You're there. Yep, you're fine. And then you're here and you're good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can slid over. So what do you think? We have this here. And then we kind of have a light area and a dark area. And I like how they imply the paper's folding by having that darker color back here. And then kind of back here. And I think this is showing off the bentness in the paper. It feels overall really shiny, wouldn't you say? So, seeing that, right? We go back to our piece of paper here, grab you, and we're gonna slide you on down to Funky Town like that. Let me scroll out a little bit like here. Okay. So for our piece of paper, right? maybe, and this is a flat guy, so I might actually grab you instead, since you're a little bit easier to show the dimension of the paper. Slide you over like so. Okay, so from here, right, we have the paper kind of folding backwards a little bit. So let's see if we can add those guys. So let's see, we have that guy there, and then we have you here, you here, you here, you here, you here, you here, and let's see. And then you have the light guy up here, like this here, all the light colors. I like, this is yeah, red. Red, brown, these are some really nice colors. So let's see, you here, you here, you here, you here. Okay, so you have the top of the paper, the bottom of the paper. That's the normal paper color. And then there is a little bit of a, what do we call it? A brighter tone. So we have this, the regular color. And if I'm looking up here, we go to cooler and it goes to white. So I might grab this guy, right? Slide him over to this side here. Maybe this would be the color then. So the light color. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. And then we also need a darker color. And it seems to be the case. It's also going to the right. And looks good with the tan. I do like a more tan parchment paper. That is one of my enjoyments. Let's see. You might go down here. Like that, I think. I'm just checking where it's at. For example, this guy is up here, right? And then we have this guy down here. And when I click on the other color, you can see it goes down and to the right. So that's what I tried to do for my color. I have my color here, and then we go down and to the right. So you have here, here, down and to the right. That's what I'm trying to show. And I think there's not too much of a difference. Let me move you down a little bit more, like that. And when they're not as pale as paper. I mean, I do like this, but I really like when it's got some texture in it, like coffee stain. Those are my favorites. So then we have a kind of folded edge here, something like that. And then we also have an edge along the back. We'll have here. We'll actually do most of this here. Does it look like the paper's going backwards? And I like the paper colored. I do like the construction paper. Those are really nice. They're fun to do too. It kind of almost feels like coffee stains if I'm looking at this. And then we have a highlight. I'm guessing this highlight is because of the seam of the paper. And then I like how it has a rounded edge. So something like that there is what they're going for, it seems like. And, it has a semi-feel. I can say that for certain. I don't know if that's the exact feel. That's the method they used, which is interesting. I do like how they have the paper feel like it's reflective. I think that works. And show what part of the paper is closest to the screen. This part's going back. This part's coming back and down. This part's the one that's kind of showing forward. Even here, right? Where you have this one going out this way. This one's coming this way. And then this one's also coming this way. So it's moving in space. It's the look and see. So for example, let's see. I go ahead and grab our, where are we at? This guy here. Something like this. And do paste, slide you over. And we change it up a smidge. Let's see. And also the sprite with the paper curled up at the top from Vanilla Minecraft. This one is, these are from a texture pack called Whimscape. So it is a Minecraft texture pack, but it's made by a different person. So let's see. We'll go ahead and close you here, and go back into here. So for mine, right, what they do is they do add an outline. It's a colored outline again. Let's try to do colored outline. Let's see. So you have up here our dark areas. I'll go ahead and add all these dark guys here. And then we also have the light areas. And I do like how they also use a pointed edge. I do think that makes sense because it's supposed to be pointy paper. And then we have here. And then we have the light edges. So let's see. Something like that. And the white one you have to the left. Oh, this one here. This one's from Vanilla Minecraft. Yep. This and this one are Vanilla Minecraft. Let's see. You would move up here, and then here, and then here, and here, and here, and here, like that. And then from there, let's see. We have our normal color, which is, our bright color. So you're a bright color, and then you would be our shaded color. So something like that. And, ooh, interesting. That's different than what I did. For mine, I had it as the shaded color. Maybe that's why it didn't feel right. In my example, or the one I did, it looked like this, and this. Which one do you think feels nicer? The one where the dark one is the one that pops out? Or maybe it depends on the shading, right? If the light is coming from this direction, and it's going this way, then that would make sense. But if the light is here, then the light is coming from this direction. So it depends, I think. And is that a new thing, or I'm just the white one you have on the left? Can you elaborate a little bit, Jack? I'm not sure what you mean quite exactly. If you're talking about these papers here, these are vanilla Minecraft. And then now we're looking at, oh, hold on, too many tabs. Oh, I just opened so many tabs. I don't know how it did a hotkey or something. It opened up like 50. Oh no. Hopefully the computer didn't spike too badly. Let me move you here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're on Whimscape now, which is a texture pack of Minecraft. And let me move you back down here. I can see why they did it though, because it just depends on the direction of the paper you're going for. I also do like how they have, what would you call it? Areas inside of it where they're choosing to show, hey, look, this paper is old. So if we were to make the paper old, you could add different areas to it. So something like that, and then maybe you could even add a guy like here to show, hey, look, the paper is a little bit old and what would you call it? I don't know the word I'm looking for. And not decrepit, little bent up, I think is the word I'm looking for. And it's the banner inventory. Oh, got ya. You mean this one here is the one I think you're talking about. Let's see. Save this guy here. And now, let's see. They also do the shine again, which is I really like. And Poten, I believe. I've seen that name before. Welcome back. And it seems like those papers. Wait, walls of Japan. You can maybe make the top pixel lighter. Sure. We can certainly give it a try. You mean like, let's see, up here, grab you up here, something like, oh, hold on. Let's grab you here, and then maybe we can do up here, maybe we can do up here, like this. This would be making it lighter. Something like that there, you think? And let's see, you here, the inside, oh, I see, hold on. Let's see, paper top pixels lighter. So do you mean something like, let's see, like you up here, and then we make you you up here. So maybe, let's see, bring you to here, maybe, like that. And then you'd fill that in like that, do you mean? Or might elaborate a little bit. I can try my best to see if I can, and it's like it's the thick paper. Oh, I don't know what that means exactly. Still learning a lot about paper. We're starting on paper because books have paper. So I was hoping we could slowly go into the idea of multiple pieces of paper, but I'm all ears if you're willing to say words. Let's see. I like how they have that shininess. Maybe my issue is the shininess is a little bit too shiny. So let's try doing something like this instead. And then it has the paper kind of going here. Let's see, maybe like that. I do like the shine. I think the shine adds a bit of neatness to the area. So something like that there. And then there. Oh, actually, I liked how it kind of curved. And then we had it also in this back corner here, like that. And you don't want to know what thick paper is. Isn't it just like this, right? Heavy paper for books is my guess, if I had to wonder. And then my guess is for this guy here as well. Maybe we can add some texture along the edges, like this. And then let's see, add some bits here, and then add some maybe around here, like that. And then maybe add some here. No, oh, I won't ask any more questions then, since I'm not sure I want the answer. Something like this here, do you think? I also like how it looks like there's some coffee stains, wouldn't you say? Something like that there, and then there's kind of like a dot there maybe for show old age, and I definitely think that adds a lot of texture. I really like it. I feel like this could be a map if maybe you added some dots or lines, like let's see, grab this color maybe, and you would have like let's see, maybe more gray, and you would have lines up here, and then you would have lines up here, and then you would do like an X marks the spot. Something like that. And then you would make sure this guy's lighter. So you might do something like that later and then lighter. There you go. What do you think? It's not exactly a map, but I think that could be like a map sprite. I could certainly see it. You know what? I like it so much, I'm gonna keep it. So let's see. Let's move you here. I do like the way they texture it though. And yeah, got ya. Okay, good. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back to where we at here. Now the piece of paper, we've done the book. And this one here, let's try and like it. Thank you. I'm glad you do. I like it a lot too. I like the way they decide to use or darken the edges. I like it a lot. So let's see. For this guy, right? It also kind of does a single sheet of paper, but it goes back in space a little bit. So let's see. I copy this guy, right? Scroll you back a little bit here. Go up here a smidge. This one's more of a scroll. It's going on a piece of paper. Or not piece of paper, on a... Oh, I don't remember what you call it. But like on a stick. So if we were to do, like, let's see. Let's start off first with adding that bottom shade. So again, we'll grab our light paper. This one will be the lightest. And then there's an... This is a highlight, I'm guessing. And then this will be the dark color. So you grab your highlight tone, which is that one there. I believe. Let me double check. Yep. And then your darker tone, which I'm going to guess would be maybe this guy here. And I'm wondering if this is because it is coming outwards. Maybe that's why they decided to use those colors. So then maybe it would be something like that, where it's a thing of, this is the highlight because this is where the sun's touching it. And then it's coming out here. That's why it's darker. Because this is the, or actually, no, it's lighter. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because if the sun's pointing down at it, and then this is facing up towards the sun, because this is facing towards us, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah. This guy would be dark, this would be lighter, is what I'm guessing. So in that case, we're actually gonna move you here, and then you would get moved here, like that. That would make a little bit more sense. It doesn't look quite right, though. Let me just double check. We have you here, and then you're moving. You are getting brighter. I think my brighter colors just aren't bright quite. So instead, let's grab you here, move you here, here. Maybe we get there. Something like that. Maybe we can even use that color there. I think that's fine. And then from there, right, let's just grab the two colors we have already. So grab you guys. And again, we do the dark guys down here. And we want to make sure it stays like paper. So we're keeping it very sharp. And hi, PS12. Hello. Welcome into stream. I don't believe I've seen that name before. So welcome in. Let's see. From there, right, we would do this guy here. And then we switch over to the light guys. And again, they're keeping to the idea of shading. And if you want to do sound check the Discord, I just finished my papers. We look at those at the end of stream, Moon Raider, since it makes it a bit easier. That way, because like for ad breaks, for example, if we did it for ad breaks, people who don't have the ad guys, they wouldn't be able to see it. So I leave them for at the end of stream, so I can do it all at one time and not miss anyone. But I'm excited to see what you did, as it's always really nice when people do decide to participate. So I do very much appreciate it. Let's see. Go back here. We'll make this guy a highlight, and then we'll grab a brown. So maybe like a brown, brown. You're kind of a brown, but you're not you're a little bit too brown, like a reddish brown, like that. I think that works for brown. And then here, that's our scroll. And then we have you here, and you're a highlight color, so you would kind of come, let's see, like this. Ooh, interesting. Okay, maybe you go darker then? And either way, I need to make my book now, so, you should get to work on that. Or now, so you should get to work on that. No worries, Moon Raider. Thanks for stopping by if you do have to depart. I really do appreciate you coming back after all this time. It's nice saying a familiar name, and best of luck with making the book. And I wrote that made sense regarding the lighting of the sheet onto stream discussions. Seems the folds of the papers and accentuation form parts where the midtones. Yep, hold on. We can look at that, since that's more of a reference to try to figure things out. So let me see about do discussions. Okay, let's see here. Let me grab Discord. Where are we at? Oh no, I get lost so easily. We have this screen, and then the screen here. All right? Yep. Okay, so let's see. Papers for the Binding of Isaac. Well, let me just save that so we can take a look at those. And then these are references for papers. These were the dots. Yep. Okay, so light tones, separate from midtones. Gaia. So light top, shadow fold, shadow mid. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And I'm late for stream? Not one bit. You're always right on time. There is no late, there is just current. Right now, we're trying to learn how to draw Pixelart, paper and books, and we're still on paper, as how can you expect to draw books if you don't know how to draw paper? So we're spending some time trying to learn paper. Let me go ahead and go back into this guy here, and these are all the Binding of Isaac books. I don't know where you found this check, but I will certainly save and see if I can find a good reference area to put it at, as I do have some references already from different games, but I'll certainly take a look at it. And I meant like a book in Pixelart. You think I'm good at writing enough to write a whole book? Our book? A comic book, or do you mean like an instruction book? Can you elaborate a little bit? Let me go back into here. So then for here, we have another light area. So I'm gonna guess something like, let's see. Well, this goes oh no, that's right. And then there is a dark edge and a Minecraft. Yep, these are Minecraft textures. And welcome, by the way, Codex Spy, welcome to stream. I think it would be something like this here, and then something like this here. And if anything, maybe we'll make this the darker color. So I might grab this guy here. And do I have a darker color than this? Nope. Let's make a darker color. We'll go here, and then we'll go to you here. That could be a darker color. Maybe even a little bit darker, like that. Yeah. And like a book, as in I'm going to draw a book. I don't get what drawing a book means. Like an illustration book? I don't know. Let's see. And that looks wonderful. Oh, I see. And those are all sprites in the books and papers. Good. Thank you, Check. I tried looking and I couldn't find it. So I'm really glad that you were able to find them. Let's see. You always seem to know how to find the how to find all the Binding of Isaac references, which is very handy to have. Thank you. Let's see. Grab here. This is all the dark shading, I'm thinking. So it'd be all of this guy here. Like that. There we go. So the paper would look like this, which is kind of like this paper. Not quite, but I do see what they're trying to do. I'm understanding it. So let's see. It's about 2:39 right now. Let's put in a little bit more, and then let's see, 3, 4. Yeah. So 2 hours doing paper, then 2 hours doing books. So we can look at one more piece of paper. So I do have more on here, some other pieces of paper. You can see this is from a Minecraft plastic texture pack. So they try to make it look like plastic, a plasticky look. They even have a plastic map, and they kind of did what I did, right? For the piece of paper, where if I go back down here, something like this, except it wasn't shaded. They did it with all one color, so it's super interesting they did it. And then they also kind of did that for paper, but they left out the shading outline entirely. And in a Pixelart software, I am to use my mouse to create a piece of art and attempt to recreate a book. Size is also a book. No. It's just not making sense at the moment. In a Pixelart software, I'm using my mouse to create a piece of art and attempt to recreate a book. No. It's not clicking. And you just search Isaac, click on the sprite, and click the game. I do that check, but I'm gonna have to do better. I'll try my best next time too. And how about a black book with black pages? That would entirely be, well, when we get to books, we'll see. Let's see. I wanted to see if there's any other pieces. There's tons of books here we'll take a look at later. Pieces of papers. How we do papers here, it seems like, is they just do one color and then one solid outline, which is interesting. Huh. How do you think we now might do a piece of paper if it were bent towards this light, do you think? If we go back here, scroll back up here, if we had a piece of paper and it was coming towards the light, let's see, and I don't quite like this highlight. I think I might use, let's see, this highlight instead, or nah, maybe that highlight might be a little bit better than really popping out, possibly. And going to do, as the stream title is saying, an attempt to draw a book, as in the form of a book, not like a draw a comic. You'd be surprised how much of a struggle it is to balance keeping up with chat talking and sitting at the same time. I'm trying to understand, it's just not clicking at the moment. Thank you for trying to explain it though. It sounds like you are working on a project that is related to a book and related to pixel art. I just don't understand how they all connect together. Let's see. Let me scroll back down here. So if we had a book, or a piece of paper that's kind of folded this way, let's see. I go ahead and grab this here, leave you here, grab you there, and then we have it kind of coming here, you here, and they're trying to follow along with your study guide and make their own book. Oh, that makes sense, I think. And they're just saying they're going to do the same thing as you, drawing a Pixelart book just like you are. How did it not click? I think I understand. I think I do. Hold on. They're going to draw book. Yes? Right? Book being drawn. Let's go back to here. And let's see. At the end, when you go look at Discord, my stuff is gifts. Sure? No worries, Daryl. And yes? Okay, good. Thank you for taking the time to explain, as I said. Book. Yes. Good. Yeah. Book. Pixel art. You draw book. Good. Yes. Good. We have the paper going up. The paper goes up, and then we have it curling around in the sky. Goes a little down, and just, down and around a little bit, and then it kind of curves up a bit. then you take that dark color that we used previously. So let me just like that. And they draw book. Then they look at Era's book. Draw book good. Sometimes it just doesn't click and book has word. No. Book can't read. Let's see, we do the highlights. We make sure to keep the edges so it's a straight line. So let's say, possibly have you come out like this. And then we go up in one, out two maybe. Or actually, no, let's just do this guy up here. And then we have you as our light. And then two, two, two. And then you might do a piece of paper like this. It looks a little funny. Let me say maybe if you do that guy there, I think that works out. But then this guy here feels a little funny too. And you okay there? I am attempting. And welcome, by the way, Beckham. Welcome. You can tell me how close I got. I can try again. You know, sometimes it just takes a second. And let's see. I see. Yeah, got ya. Let's see. Move you up here. I'm gonna move you about there. Okay. And then from there, let's see. Copy you about there. Move you down 2, 2, 2. And then we kind of have you curving. And all I'm trying to do is just see if we can make that paper look like it's curving in space a little bit. Might even move that guy down a little bit. And I do feel like it's going. It's curving. Maybe it's not curving quite a lot, but it is certainly curving. Like this. This is the curve I was trying to do. And then taking right from what we know, where is the sunlight coming from? So if our sunlight is coming from above, then it's going to attract, and let me see, grab this guy here, move you, oh, hold on, oh, there. If we grab you here, oh, M, there we go. We're correct, Lessa. So if it's coming from above, then the lighter part of the paper is going to be, let's see, there. And then this guy's coming from that area, so it might look like that there, because the light is coming from above. And I get to work on book art. Yes. I get it now. Let me scroll down here a little bit. So if the light is coming from there, but if the light is facing, let's see, in this direction here, then it might be more so. And I am drawing a book, huh? I am drawing a book with pixels. I like instructions. I am drawing a book too. Not getting it. It took a second, Zero, but eventually I understood. Something like this, do you think? Or do you think, right, because it's a piece of paper and it's folding inwards, maybe the edges are dark? So something like, let's see, we have it coming up here, so curled here, and then you're coming in here. So maybe this would be a better way to show the book itself. Book. Show the paper. These guys are folding upwards though, so maybe instead it should be, and let me just grab this color to do a little bit of a redo. So then you would go here and you would go here. Something like that, do you think? And this word resource comes before the Isaac wiki in my search bar. I'm healing. Let's see. Something like that? How do you think it would show off a piece of paper curling? Maybe if we add that light that we saw before, maybe we can do something like that there. Interesting. Maybe we just don't have the knowledge yet. Oh, I bumped something. Maybe not yet, but I'm thinking about it. Saying that, let's say about 46. Any other papers? We have this book paper. We have papers on board. Doing the thing with text, and I do like this. It's so simple. We're not doing words today, but just the idea of having a few lines here to say, hey, look, I am words. You can't tell what words I am. I am words. I think, yeah, this is from Stardew Valley. Let's see. I do have one. I was able to find one check. One book. I couldn't find all the books. I found a singular one. Let's see. This is from Undertale Yellow. They're doing the idea of having lines, and it's interesting. The way they do paper is they're doing one single color, and then they have the sprite is just kind of a little bit mushed, as in, if we go back here, the way they're doing the pieces of paper, there's no outline, it is just paper. So if I scroll on to this way here, we have a piece of paper here, a paper here, they'll take a piece of paper, and then they'll add a little bit of areas here, so something like this. They'll not make the paper neat. So something like that. Maybe you might modify the edges down here a little bit, and then maybe you would take a little chunk out of here, and then maybe a little chunk out of here, like that. And then you would have the cork. So you would have the cork maybe, oh, hold on. Cork maybe up there, and then you would put the words up for different things. And hi, Nameshift. Welcome to stream. Welcome to a book and paper. I hope you've been well. Let's see. Move that down there. Move your TV here. And all of the items. Thank you, Chuck. Sheet. Oh, yeah, that's why. I wasn't looking in when I look for sprites, I do a book. Indeed. When I look for sprites, I usually go off the cover image. And then you'd have words like this. So this is more or less what they're doing for Undertale Yellow. Let's see. We have like this here, like that there, and then you have that there, and then you there, and then you do some letters here, and then that is paper. That's how they do paper. But as with anything, games are always only good to tell if your relationship is with yourself. Oh, did I miss something? Let's see, a shame. I see. Got ya. I did that. Good. Okay, good book. So let's Undertale Yellow. Let's see. And I really like, this is nice, isn't it? They do that thing again, right, where they have the frayed pieces of paper. But look how they're doing the curling of the blueprints. Again, they have it, so there's not really an outline. Not much outline. The top doesn't have an outline, right? Bottom has an outline. And then these edges outline. Interesting, isn't it? Let's see. Let me slide this over a little bit. Let's see if we can draw something like this. Very quick play. So if I go back down here, zoom in a little bit, and we go back to here, how might we do this? And found the only one that changes appearance. Gaia. And the places shadows fall. Let me go ahead and slide this over. Go ahead and save this guy here. Slide you over as well. So they first have the initial piece of paper, which is the guy here. So they might grab this here, and then they might grab you here. They'll have all the wording up here, right? And then they have a dark line for the edges. So go ahead and use our dark color here. So might do a dark line here and dark line here. And then they have a highlighted part. So it seems to be the same color as the book. So let's see. Might do something like this and this here. And then drag it out like that. And then you might do also here, drag it out a little bit like that. And then you can also see a curl because you're seeing the bottom of it. So let's see. We have a dark edge, so maybe we can do you here. Oh, hold on. You there. You come out here. Let's say. So something like that instead, where you can see the bottom of the paper. Maybe you can even see like that there. Interesting. Okay. For now, let's do it like this. And then you can see the bottom here, like that to show off, hey, look, the paper's coming in. Might even do like that to show off the edges. And then from there, you also have the outline. So you would grab this dark guy here. The difference in the art between Yellow and normal Undertale is insane. I have a lot of references. It really is such a... It's neat, the differences. And then we have the dark line out here, which would be our outline. So you might do, and it also looks like they're doing an outline like that. But let's see, art quality. I think it just has to do with the idea that Undertale Yellow maybe was first thought of by Pixel Artist. And then you would have the lines here to show off words here. So that's This might be how you do a book for a parchment, which I do like. That's a neat feature. You have the highlight here, and then it also has a dark area here, though. So maybe you could do something like this here, do you think? Does that feel like it adds an oomph or not? Interesting. Okay. Saying that, right, let's go back to here. Any other pieces of paper? We have this one here from The Legend of Zelda. Hold on, let me move this here. The Minish Cap. And I like this one because, again, it's the little things. This one also uses anti-aliasing. It uses anti-aliasing on the outside to blend things in so that when you scroll out, it looks smooth and rounded because of the added edges. This guy around here. Yeah, I definitely think anti-aliasing is that thing you just have to slowly do and slowly understand. You can learn it all in one night as just small things, small edges that help round it out. But I think the more you use it, the better you get at observing it and understanding it. And that's something I certainly want to get better at doing. Even here, right? Anti-aliasing there to round out our edges. Interesting. Let's see. We also have pieces of paper here. Again, there's no outline. There's just the piece of color. Heck, I think you would call that, right? Anti-aliasing around the edges a little bit. Show off a paper in a desk. Which is really neat. And then let's see. We also have here from Deltarune. And back with the lines, outlines, and the, corkboard idea of the little dot there. It doesn't seem like, or it seems like you really don't have to do too much when it comes to figuring things out. We also have Enter the Gungeon here. they have that idea of the edges having the frayed look to it. And let's see. What I like is that most of the edges in metal wood paper have a light little highlight. Crispy. I do like the crispy feel of edges. And also undertone those room if you check the characters, they just have more pixels. Interesting. Let's see. Most of the edges in metal, wood, and paper. I do, well, you can see edge metal is light. I do like how it does have a crispy feel to it. When I look at something like, if we go back here, this, I like how it feels like it has a crispy edge. That shine adds that oomph. I don't quite understand the shine yet, but I like the way it makes me feel. And that's step 1. Step 2 is understand, but at least I can know that that is a thing. So let's see here. Anything else we gotta notice? This is from Fields of Mystria, I believe. They do scrolls, and ooh, look at how they do scrolls. They do a little wound up scroll on the bottom edge. Let's give a crack at this guy here. So I believe if I do brush, grab you, there we go. Grab you here. Let's see if we can do a scroll like this instead. So I'll go ahead and move you up here. And do not eat inedible objects. Objects not edible are this very good word to live by. Let me go ahead and copy this guy here. But I'm in a little bottle. Oh boy. Bottles are shiny too. And I did read that. Good. So for this guy, right? What they do is they do a little rounded edge. So what I can do, right, is if I grab and we'll do you here. Let me scroll out a little bit, slide you over. And then move you here. Move you about here. So that we have you at the center. Yep, okay. And then from there, they do a round area here. Like that. And then they kind of make it... Nope, that's not the center. Hold on. Let's grab you. Move you over a little bit. There we go. Lovely. And then you would have it come down like that. And then you have the line. Hold on. Like that. They actually do it by 3. So let's extend it out just a smidge. Like that. And then extend you out a little bit more. And highlights the bottom at the top and edge. They're crispy. I see what you mean. Yeah. Highlights here. I do like these highlights. It's just a matter of figuring out how to add them. And so the purpose of anti-aliasing is to shut down jaggies. The main focus of how it works should be rooted in an obsession with shutting out jaggies. I think so. I think you're onto something there. And the assistance of anti-aliasing implies existence of pro-anti-aliasing. And in the middle too, these ears here and here. It's all the edges. It really is lovely. Let's see. And if I go here, right, this is their regular color. And then if I click here, it only gets brighter. So we have our regular color, right? And then we go brighter. So our color might be there. That feels a little bit too bright though. Hold on. Up a little bit more in brightness. Not too bright. We don't want to overwhelm. Okay, maybe just a little bit brighter. Right. Yeah, like that. Brighter there. And then we add that for our edges down here. This is down here. You kind of have a little bit of an indent, so maybe we can do something like that there. And then for our bottom here, we're going to need to figure out how to add that scroll. And for you, I'm going to grab this color here. And maybe what we can do is have a little guy. Let's see. You're there. And then we add you, go up a little bit. And then you go here. I'm following this guy where it kind of goes a little bit up and down. Maybe we could do something like that. And then this guy all here is dark too. So maybe you're all dark with the scrolls. Something like that there. Huh. Not quite. But I do like the difference. Would you say pure aliasing can bring the balance? And then the Fire Nation attacked. Let me copy you. Paste you down here. Move you down a little bit. And then from there, let's see. If we bring you down there. Then you're at the corners. But quite like it looking like this a little bit more. The rounded edges. And then you can come down a little bit. And then this guy goes up a little bit. And then maybe that can show off the rounded areas. And then we have, let's see, a dark bit here. So we can go ahead and grab these guys. Well, I'm only actually seeing one dark area on the left side. So you would take, let's see, one dark area here. Like that. And I'm looking here too. It does add a little bit of, what did you say? And then we also have highlights again on our top. So let's see. Move you down here just a smidge. And did we just admit aliasing? I like to think of it just for preference. So let's see. You here, and here. And then bottom here. And the way I like to draw the scrolls is to draw a short sliver line at the front of the computer mouse. On the front of the computer mouse? Could you elaborate a little bit, Jack? Let's see. You go here and then here. So something like that. I definitely do like this one. I like the feel of it, especially with the raised edges. It's neat. So let's see. You here. Okay. And then we also have some examples with books and pages. So that is what we'll tackle next, as I do have some book examples here. You can even see frayed edges. This is from the Minecraft texture pack. This is from, I believe, Excalibur. Yep, Excalibur texture pack. And the scroll wheel, I say. No worries. Let's see. Paper and edges. Yep. Okay. And ooh, look at that. We have crispy edges again with the highlights. Nice. Okay. So when we come back from the ad break, we'll tackle books. Let me do that there. And then let me get some water and give me a random thing to make a book about. I can't come up with anything. And by draw, I mean draw. Food. A cookbook. How about a cookbook? And hi, Shadow. Welcome to stream. I do remember that name. Welcome in. Let me get some water. Anytime I just read book now, I think back to book. We make book come out good. Let me get some juice too. Good old lemonade. Let's see. Tasty. And let me go ahead and a lot of caveman noises were made while typing it. Don't worry. A lot of ooga. Let's see. Go ahead and save you here. And let me clean this up while we're on a little bit of an ad break. So we have you here. Yeah, you have you here. We have you here as a background, then you there. All the characters. You can come forward. Let's rename you to characters. Characters, like so. And what I want to try to see, well, I'll save it till after, till we get to the break bit. Let's see, you here. Yep, okay. And then we have grid here. And then this is background. And then this is paper. There we go. And then we have book. Okay, lovely. Good to go. And let me save it as well. Great. I do like how this is coming along, though. I've never drawn paper before, so this is... I really like how this one came out specifically. This map, I think... Well, I like this one, too. I think that one's pretty neat as well. Some of these did come out good, and I think it's just going to be that thing of slowly practicing over time. They're not all going to be good ones, like whatever happened here. But slowly but surely, they'll improve in quality. As again, this is the first time I've ever drawn paper and books. The only time I've drawn books before was this two-color book. This was just meant to be, hey, look, she's holding a book. So I'm really happy to do this because it's a thing of eventually, the more I do it, the better I'll get, and then I can improve. And what did you say in the ads came the second you started speaking? No worries, Moon Raider. The ads are doing their thing. I'm just speaking about while we wait for them, as I try my best to, take a mini break, make sure you stretch, get some water while we're waiting on them to finish. As I try to separate into sections. Right now I'm just cleaning things up with the books and the pages, but I think we're good to go. Now for your true challenge, balled up paper. At that point, it's just bone meal. Crinkled up paper. We should have done that though. Maybe another time we'll do it. But figuring out how to do crumpled paper, that's a lot of texture. And you can rewind on YouTube. True. I am multi-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. But everyone should be back from the ad break just about now. Welcome back. You have not missed a thing. I was just organizing our layers. So we're all good to go. So, for those of you that weren't here at the beginning of stream, the initial reason why I wanted to do a paper study is because I'm creating a game about wizards and spellcasting. And in my game, you play as this necromancer here. And the hope is that by learning how to draw books and paper, no more paper, no more zero. We're going digital. Well, we're doing books now. And I'm hoping I'm making a cookbook. Yeah, cookbook. That's what I was saying. You should do a cookbook. Funny thing is, I'm making a cafe game where you play as a necromancer who uses a cookbook. So eventually, I will need to learn how to make a cookbook too. The hope is that by doing these studies, I'll be able to add a book eventually into my game that I know how to draw, as this is the first time I ever drawn paper, and the first time I drew a book was this. So think of, I can only go up from here. Saying that, right, we have our book, we have our paper. Let's slide down here, and let me go ahead and save. So, if I were to draw a book from memory, well, we already have this here. I want to do a closed book and an open book. And let's see, you chose, you said food, I believe, Jack, and they kind of went with it. So, for our book, we really don't need our books here too. Lovely. Okay, for my book, let's let's see. Let's grab a color here. This is a really dark color though. You know, let's keep with what we were doing. Let's choose a book with actually, I don't see any colors we can use. Oh no! Hold on. I believe there is a color palette we can grab. Let's see. Oh, actually, let me just do this. Exclamation study, I believe. And that way I can quickly grab the link to the website, grab it, and then grab the texture pack I'm looking for. Texture pack. Colors. Colors I'm looking for. If I grab you here, can I use you as my colors? Grab you, and then sure, why not? We'll use these guys. They should be nice. And grab you here, and hold on, file, new. There we go. We'll use these colors. And I have the best idea ever. Give me like an hour. I'm clicking. You still have a lot of time. What about the menus? I don't know if we'll have time for the menu zeros, but eventually I do want all the menus to feel like you're looking at a spell book, since it's very magic themed. So the hope is, yeah, a lot of paper and notebooks. And I do have a question, no worries. As for game making, do I have to learn any specific programming language from your experience? I initially went to college for programming. I learned C++. However, I ended up dropping out about 2 years in, and then I learned Godot. And C++ isn't like Godot, but it's like Python. Once you learn one language, you should be able to learn the other languages. So I think depending on the engine you choose, it should help a lot. I'd suggest doing Godot just because I like Godot. But aside from learning GDScript, which is similar to Python, you also have C++, I believe, which is the next most common one. So depending on what engine I think will play a big role in it. But you don't really have to have a hard need. I think it's a lot of more learning as you go. Once you have a thing you want to do, figuring out how to get that solution. So let's see. We have one here. Let's do pink. How about pink for our book? Let's go back into here. And here. I'm gonna use Python. I'm just too lazy to learn Godot. I never learned Python, but once you learn one programming language, you're pretty good to go to learn other ones, as it's just the way words are phrased that changes from game to game or program to program or language to language. There we are. Words. So let's see. For a book, what I would do, right, if I had a book, is I would maybe make my book round like this, and then like this, and then I might do this, and then that's that, and then we need white. Do you have a white? We'll use that. So I might do something like that, and then you would have little words. That might be as book as my book gets. If anything, right, taking what we learned from before, you might decide to grab this guy here, and oh, it's a blue. Interesting. What if we make you a little bit brighter here, like that there, and have you as the highlight of book? Book! There we are. A really simple book, I think. Maybe if we added this here, kinda, sorta, but I feel like because you're seeing the bottom of the book, and then if I go ahead and grab this guy here, paste you here, or actually no, we'll keep you where you are. If we had the book like we have book here, many books, I think then, let's see, scroll out a little bit, the covers, the tops of the page, depending on how you want to do the outlines. If I grab our symmetry tool, and I'm currently learning Python, so I do very appreciate your response. No worries. I really hope it does help, as the more people that do learn new things, the better I think it is. And by the way, I just have experience with just skill jump. I started with C++. I spent months learning and making an endless runner, and just started Godot a week ago, and I have learned and a book. That's the spirit. And I just use Python. I'm just too lazy to learn Godot. That's very funny. That came from both sides. And I did read that. Good. Okay, seeing that, let's go ahead and move you here. About there. Lovely. Okay. And if we have a book down here, right? We would have, oh, let me grab you here. Let's see, a book here, and then like that, and then that, and then you might have that as the spine, and then you might have that, and then let's see. Now, if we have, I don't like the book feeling the rounded edges. That doesn't feel nice. I do like the point. So we'll grab this guy here, and then we'll grab you here, and then we go up by 2, I think. 2, and then 2. Ooh. I feel like it could be longer. Maybe this works out a little bit better. Something like that, do you think? Let's see. 2, 2, like that. Oh, actually, I feel like you might have to come in one more. Something like that. That. Yeah, that works. And then we would have that pink. And then we might even do this as a spine, since it's the darker one. And hi, Fetty. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. I feel like I want to remember that name. It's a pretty fun one. But welcome in. How's it going? It's going great. I'm learning a lot at the moment. And hello. And I don't have a good experience from C++. That was a horrible point of view. I was in middle school. Oh, I don't remember the link. I really do have to make a recommendation for it. But, I really don't remember. If you can remind me at the end, I can see if I can find the link for you, PS12, as there's an introduction to programming language itself that I really do find handy. So maybe like that, but nah. I feel like that worked a little bit better. And then we have the highlights. So you might grab these guys because they're on the edges. And then maybe you might add the book or pages, right? Maybe pages like that for our book here. And then maybe we would do another dark outline. So maybe like that there could work out in our favor. And I guess since these guys are the ones that are popping out, maybe we can bring you down like this. And then you would go like that. For now, this is the book. This is what it shall be. And I did read that good. And tile mapping, terrain tiling, character animation, instant hitboxes. Did you have fun, Zero? That it does sound like you learned a lot, though. And reasons I tried to make a fork and knife crossing, but it didn't look like really good reasons. Those like sprites babies from stuff unless you save it. Oh, I don't know anything about liver sprite, unfortunately, so I wouldn't be able to tell ya. So let's save this. This is my book here. And I also want to see if we can draw a book in isometrics. So, taking what we know, right? And looks good. Thank you. So let's see. We'll grab here. We'll grab our other guy here. So if we were to try isometrics, what you thinking? We could go from maybe our paper already. And we'll just use our paper as a base. So if I grab this guy here, this is our spine, right? And what we can do, I think, is if we just copy the edges, so we go all the way around town, like that. There we go. Hold on. There, yep. We should be able. And it looks like something else. So I'm a little afraid to ask when you phrase it like that. So I should be able to move you up here. And then what I believe you can do, because it's isometric, is I think you can do this guy here. And let me drag this guy so you can see it from the other screen as well. And C++ is like learning to run in quicksand. But now I'm sprinting, baby. I have been told that C++ is pretty tricky. But I don't know too much about the differences, since C++ was the first ever time I was introduced. So all I did was I moved these guys upwards. That way you can see the two differences. And actually, to make it a little bit easier to see, I'm gonna move this guy up. And then I'm gonna make it the cover book. Yeah, let's do this here. And I am trying to move it up in space. And I did read that. Good. So we'll grab this guy, right? And now, move it back down in space. So grab you back down here. So this would be the top of our book. This is the side of the book. So something like that is what I'm thinking can work. This is the front, or this is the cover, right? This is the cover portion of it. And then this guy here. Yeah, okay. So then we would grab you here, because you're the outline of the book. So something like this here, that there, and then that there. And then here would be our edges of the book. So something like that. So since we have that spine, do I have a dark color? No, but that's okay. We can grab maybe this guy here for our spine. And then we would just need our white for our pages. So it might look something like that. There you go. Does that look like a book, you think? I do. I'm surprised. I'll be honest. Oh, man. And then you would take like a dark color, right? I think for this area here. Maybe like what? That there. Look! And that seems perfect. Thank you. I never know going into these things since it's usually the first time, and I think maybe oh boy. I don't like how sharp some of the edges. Yeah, you remind me of the seagulls from Nemo. Mine. And said, book. And let's see, I tried C++ and Unreal. It took 50 minutes to make the character crouch and 2 clicks with a blueprint. Ooh, I don't know too much about Unreal, unfortunately. I hope it wasn't too bad, though. I wanted to see if maybe I take the edges out. What do you think? You like the sharp edges or not? Oh, I've created. I don't know how to feel. What have you done? I like both. let me go ahead and I'll slide these guys up. Well, actually, I'll keep them down here, right? And yeah, we'll copy you, and then we'll move you up here. So we have isometric books, and then we have the other guys. There we go. Which one do you think you enjoy? I do like the way... Oh, hold on. Maybe if we do that? Nah. I think this works. I think that works great. Let's see. Let's go ahead and... Is there any other thing I can think of for book? Oh, let's try drawing a book with an open page. How about that? That's some real technology. So let's see. Let me slide you over here. So if the book is facing towards us, right? Open book. Let's see. I'll grab it here. And I'll do like what I did here, but a little bit different. So instead we have the binder here. And then we have the two guys up here. 2 and 2. Maybe we can do a little bit around it this time. So maybe something like that. And, oh no. How do you do a book facing towards you? Oh boy. Maybe something like that, where it looks like the book is flat? Yeah, possibly. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it looks a little bit too up. I want to make it a little bit flatter. So I shall make it a little bit flatter. As I think, let's see. Yeah, maybe... maybe go down. Oh, hold on. I did not mean to choose that blue. And then maybe you can come down like that. And then round you a little bit. Possibly. And then maybe we can do you here, you here, you here. I just want to round out the edges so they're not too harsh on the book. I think that can work. Maybe this guy can be dropped down and... Oh, it keeps choosing the worst color. And go left. Did I not go left? Did I go right? Oh, no. Oh, boy. No. I can never tell. What I'll do is I'll copy this guy. Actually, yeah. I'll delete this. So I believe that's my delete button. Nope. I'll delete this. And then I'll copy this. And then I'll just, I'm just gonna... Oh, hold on. Copy. Paste. There we go. Look. Like so. There you are. And then, right, we have the pages. So this would be this guy here, I think. And then maybe you would do... So first you would take this guy here, since it's the top of the book. So maybe like that. And then maybe you would have the sides of the book show. Something like that. And then maybe you would have the edges. And never let them know your next move. Right, left, right. Let's see. And then something like this to show off the pages, maybe? Do you think? How does that feel? I feel like this can work, but I feel like it's too tall. So maybe. And in 5 minutes to do the rules card quote. Oh no. I don't remember that one. There's so many quotes that he does. Something like that. Okay. For right now, this is my base knowledge of book. So let's take a look at how some games do a book. From the cover to the sides, things of that nature. And let's go ahead. Well, we started with Minecraft last time. Let's see. Let's do a different game. I believe this is... Let's see if I remember. I think this is Fire Emblem. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, review. Yes, Fire Emblem. So these are the books from Fire Emblem. And I think they're interesting. They have that dark outline, which we've seen before, right? Dark outline, bright outline. If I had to guess, I'm going to guess this is the spine here. And never let them read your next book. And then we also have what seems to be maybe an isometric book. Usually isometric is defined by if you are at like a corner angle. So, looking at these guys, right? Let's try choosing our book like this. Maybe we need a special cover on it is the idea. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. And let's see. Copy you. Save you. And... Okay, good. And it seems like I have a lot to more here. Well, PS 12. Make sure you don't ever get overwhelmed with learning, as like I said with trying to learn programming and languages. I think it's more of instead of trying to learn everything at once, choose a project, like for example, making a mini Mario, and then slowly choosing each step. So choosing a problem between first you gotta make the world for the character. That's one problem, and then you gotta learn how to make the character move, and then that's another. Instead of trying to do everything at once. I tried that before. It did not go well. It went very, very bad very quickly because I wanted to learn everything, but I was stuck watching so many tutorials that I never actually did the thing. And for me, at least, a lot of my learning is easier done when I'm doing. Like right now. And if I need to learn how to draw a book, I usually am better off doing trial by fire. So looking at our book here, right? Since it's going in that direction and I want the pages to go that way, I'll go ahead and I believe do Shift H, and that should flip the book. And if I go ahead and copy our book here, Oh, hold on. Copy, paste. What are some things we can learn about this book? So first off, their book has straight edges, and it's straight all the way around. And hey, Eris, how's the good old process going for you? Hi. Oh, I don't remember how to say it. Ruler? Maybe. That looks like maybe a ruler. Yeah, I'm sure I maybe butchered it, so you can tell me how close I got, but how's the good old process going for you? Very fun. I'm enjoying myself a lot. Tomorrow, and then the day after that, we'll be doing all programming, so I'm really excited, since I want to get a lot of progress done on my game. I'm super excited. So maybe, right, we can do this? Huh. Riley. Good. Okay, Riley. Got ya. More I read, the better it'll get. And R1 is fine too. Good. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. Thanks for explaining. Let's see. We have a dark outline here, right? And then it goes out, and you leave that part. That does look like a book. Huh. Okay. And then you have the binder area, and something like that, I'm guessing. Maybe. What if we do this? I do think this is feeling like it does look more bookish than our older book, do you think? And well, glad you're having fun. Might take a good out for a spin this week. You should. It is a lot of fun. I can't recommend it enough. I hope you do have fun with it if you do choose to. I'll pick your poison. And thank you as well. And guess it's been 5 minutes? Put in your guesses. For the book you made, or what do you mean? And you spell good? Read many books? I like the way they do this, though. For my book, I made it very flat. They decide not to make it very flat. And I think, actually, you can see as well some of the dark edges. So you might add some of these guys here. Maybe like that to show, hey, look, our pages aren't so empty. With some shading. I do like that. Let's see. That was Fire Emblem. Let me scroll back out here. We also have Fields of Mystria, the way they do their books. So let's take a look. If I go ahead and do you, click on you. Oh, no. Do brush here, and then control click, right? Yeah, Fields of Mystria. So I'll go ahead and copy you. It lets me, M, yes, and then copy. And, well, I don't know what to make, though. We'll just poke around and play with it. No, yeah, that's a good idea, too. For me, at least, I try to go with a project I enjoy or something really, really small. The Platformers one was fun, but I think it's a little bit too big for me. And I actually want to make a little cozy Game Boy, maybe for start with a Game Boy Studio. Cool. That sounds like a fun project. I know they always say, though, make sure you don't do, RPGs, because they're so big. So as long as the project's small, really, really small in scope, for example, walking simulator could be a project, things like that. Let's see. Looking at our book, right? We go back to my open book. This is clearly does not fit what they're suggesting. So let me move you over here. Move you over here just so we stay. And also, sorry, no worries at all. No worries. I think it's really neat that people can know multiple languages. I would love to, at some point, learn a new language. I'm just not very good at memory. But one of these days, yeah, just you wait. So welcome in. And again, no worries. So for their book, right? They make their book flat. I tried to have a curve to my book. So it's interesting. What did you say? And I learned the hard way, making RPG is quite difficult. Sometimes it really does take a trial by fire. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here, like that. And then, let's see. So, I'll go ahead and I will move you down here, like that. And we'll just make you completely flat. And the bottom's also completely flat. And thanks, no worries. Thanks for having an interest. Thanks for chatting. It does mean quite a lot. Let's see. Something like that, right? And then, well, it's all black. So we'll stay true to the original. Look like that. And then it's all these pages, and the bottom part is where they it looks so silly. It's so wide. And my object-oriented programming project for my second semester was a Pokemon clone. I think I made a hold on, let's see. Light book here. So this is the cover of the book. Ooh, that does look nice. And then you do a bit of a shine. So let's see, a bit of a shine. About here on the edges for the binder or spine. And then you do some dark bits. So let's grab the dark areas here. And then you would do a dark page here. Maybe 2 dark pages. You also do a dark page in the center. I do like that. And then you have writing on it. But for now, we can just keep it blank. I do think it will, you know what? You can just, there you go. There you are. I can see why they did decide to do it. I do like it a lot. It's a little less saturated, but overall, maybe what you can do then, right, is I could grab this guy here, paste it, drag it down. Adding what we already did kind of before, maybe we can just smidge up a little bit, like that there. There we go. So the lighting kind of changed with the outlines. I do like it. And it wasn't even a game engine. I made an engine in code version, the one car from Flintstones. Most projectable types. I, for the most part, had to do it on the console. So I didn't get to do an engine until I decided I'll make my own. I'll do my own. So let's see. Yeah, I like it. I like the idea. Let's see. That's filled with Mystria. Let's go ahead and move it here. Now, this is also filled with Mystria too, and suggesting the curve of the page does a lot to make it feel like an open book. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Suggesting the curve of the page. Do you mean maybe if we did, let's see, go down here, maybe if we made the page go up at the top a little bit, possibly? Like, what if maybe we do, let's see, you here, and hi, Murda. Is that how you say it? I can try again. I am always butchering things, but welcome in. And I'll make my own. Oh, honestly, once you're done with your current game, it's a very fulfilling project. I can say, I definitely don't want to make my own engine. I meant make my own game. That's what I meant. Good, that's correct. Lovely, and hi, mean god. welcome into stream as well. Let's see. Maybe if we do something like this, right? Does it feel like the page is open more now? Something like that? And then maybe if we do as well, like coming up here, like that, or nah, no.
Yayatsura just followed.
And let me get that name. That name is where's that? Yatsura? Maybe? I can always try. Well, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. I definitely think you're on to something. Murda, Betty. Betty was on to something with making it rounder. I think there's not enough roundness though. Something still feels off. Maybe we can do something like that there, and then there. Almost feels like a tome, wouldn't you say? In a way. And how do you know how tall to make something like pixel-wise? Right now, all I'm doing is just keeping to this area. So I'm just, it's not a more of a, how do I know? It's more of a, I'm limiting myself to this box. I'm keeping things small. Since for me, once I can figure out how to make it small and in this area, then I can make it big. But for right now, I'm keeping everything as I can, as much as I can in 16 by 16, aside from these guys. As you can see, I try to stick within the barriers. And you said it right? Lovely. Thank you for the welcome. Of course. And I want to learn how to draw Pixelart and make my first game. I'm learning to do, but can't draw Pixelart. Well, I'm glad you said so. Hold on. Exclamation P-I-X-E-L-A-R-T. Yes. There you go. Hopefully this can help you. Let me drag that into YouTube. There you go.
Param 1386 just followed.
Param. Had to check the name, but welcome into you as well. Hopefully that can help you get started, me god. As I do get that asked a lot, and I wanted to try my best to make it as approachable as possible. But for me, at least, it's a thing of when I want to make my own game, I want to try my best to make all aspects of my game. So from the music to the programming to the art. So that's why I'm trying my best to learn pixel art and bookmarked. Lovely to hear it. I hope you do find it helpful information. And I did hear that. Good. Okay. Saying that, let's see. Maybe you could do, let's see, this guy up here? Nah. I think this works. I just think the pages aren't round enough. Do you think it might be time to try a little bit anti-aliasing? Possibly, to see if we can round them out? We can give it a go, right? There's no harm in trying. So let me scroll out a little bit. Scroll in a little bit. And then from here, what we'll do is we grab one color, and then we grab the second color, and we mix it. So let's see, you here. So the color's going to be you. And I did do that. Lovely. Okay. So then maybe that can go there, as it's curving outwards, right? And do you also work on music? I do indeed. And do you ever join a game jam? Oh, did you ever join a game jam? Not yet. Well, not right now. I do want it in the future, but because I'm working on my game, I want to make sure I get to a good standpoint, as if I do too many projects at once, I tend to get very easily distracted. But I do want it at some point, certainly. And thanks, I will watch it immediately. No worries, take your time. They'll be there for when you're ready. And hi, Banan. Welcome to stream as well. Welcome in. And no matter the size of the canvas, are those little squares the same sizes? Yep. This is a big canvas. The canvas is 480 by 270. However, one of these little, hold on. You. One of these is 16 by 16. Usually that's the go-to when it comes to pixel art, as then you can say, okay, this 2 by 2 square is 32 by 32. Or maybe you can go for 32 by 48. Those are usually the numbers you stick to. And I did that. Yep. And just checking in shortly. Not here to stay? No worries, Banan. Feel free to come and go as you please. So if I scroll out here, what do you think? Does it feel rounder now with that added anti-aliasing? Maybe if I do You there? You there? Possibly? Does it make the pages feel rounder? I can kind of see a little bit, wouldn't you say? And I have Aseprite. How do you click on a square and the ants surrounding the square? If you click W, you should be able to, well, not W. This would make it easier. You click this guy here, the rectangle. If you double click on a square, it should let you choose a square. And I hate the color theory. I have the same color that's perfect, but when I put it together, it looks lighter. Color theory is lovely. And, got ya. Words. Okay, and what program do I use? I use Aseprite. The thing I linked should tell you all the things you should hopefully use or need to know. I recommend a lot of different programs. And learning something new, thank you. Of course. It was only recently I realized not a lot of people know how to do the basics when it comes to controls. So if I can spread the word about the basics, certainly. And do I have a Discord? Thanks, Ross. So let's see. Let's add some anti-aliasing along the edges as well, like that. There you go. So, what do you think? Does adding that anti-aliasing around those edges help it feel rounder? And they're naming Space Banana in Swedish? Does it? I never knew that. I just thought it was a cool nickname that's made it even cooler. Really neat. And yell at the command. Yeah, I'm glad it was intuitive enough. I'm trying my best to do some sort of make it look darker around the edges. What do you think? I think it does add a little oomph, but I'm not sure if I like it. I think that works out a little bit better. The sock puppet. It's called enjoying what I have to offer. So let's see. We have Fields of Mystia, right? And you can come and go as you please. She's lying. I've been trapped in here for years. 0! That's not true. We also have another isometric book here. This is also from Fields of Mystia, it seems. And let's see. They have the spine. Interesting. Let's give this guy a try. So, it seems to be the case. What they're doing is, place this guy here. It's a little bit different. They're using more of a top-downy guy. So we'll place you up here. Let's see if we can figure out what they're doing. And I did read that. Lovely. And I will be back when I finish learning. No worries. No worries at all. I hope you have a lot of fun. So let's see. From here, right? For my book, if I go ahead and just do a book area, something like that, and then let's see. And
Jellymock just followed.
Jelly. That's not how you say it. Hold on. Let me grab that there. Jellymock. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into book. And of course, yeah. Lovely. And help? No, 0. You're not in any danger. Let's see. And all I want to do is just make that book from that angle that they're suggesting. So let's see. All I'm doing is just blotting out the area for the book to be used. Let's see. Book there. Oh, actually, let's do you there. You can get a little bit. It doesn't have to be clean. We're just getting the feel down. And book feels like it's the next banana. I at least like books. I can deal with books.
Eda just followed.
And is it Lades? Eda? Maybe? And tell me how close I got. Thank you for the follow. I can always try again. And dabbling in Aseprite, I've been wanting to make smaller art like the size of Pokemon sprites of the characters of Pokemon. Oh! Then I think you'll find this stuff useful. So let's see. I did read that. Good. Okay. So we have our cover, right? So I'll just grab this guy. And all I'm right now doing is just trying to get a feel for the edges. It doesn't have to be pretty. I just want to get the method they're using for this guy here. So we have that outline. So I'm just drawing the outline there. Then from there, we have the edge. So something like this. And their edge is actually highlighted. So you know what? We'll follow along. We'll make our edge highlighted. If I grab this color here, you can see it goes brighter. Yeah, okay. So you go about up here, and then you're going to want to come about there. Let's see, there. And then you're there-ish. And it doesn't seem like there's an outline around blocking you two. So we'll do about there, and then outline about there. It does look like a book. Oh, and what's this about the next banana? Nothing at all. And thank you for the lesson today. I learned a lot, but I have to go. No worries, PS12, and I'm glad you learned a lot. The thing of, I have no idea what I'm doing. But I like learning. So when I'm learning, I like, it's a fun thing. It's like a little study session. Wait, let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. So it seems to be the case. There's also a dark area down here. So maybe this is where the dark part of the book comes into place. So maybe we can grab now this bit here. Along down here, like so. And then we have, let's see, you there. Oh, hold on. You, like that, and like that. So something like that, I think, is what the book's going for. It has a lot of jaggies, but I just want to get the feel of the book. And then it also has some areas that are stained, it looks like. So if I grab this color here, let's see, go down a little bit, color a little bit. You add some edges maybe along here. And then maybe we can do something like that there. Kind of looks like a cow book. Or maybe like a fleshy book. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I do like the color though. And it's on a brick. I've heard worse. And B1 with the book. And oh no, it's my internet go out. It says it's connecting to chat. Are we good? It says OBS is fine. Oh, okay, we're back. Good. Lovely. Okay. Saying that though, let's see. Any other small books to note of? Let's slide along here. Okay. So these books are from, I believe, an itch creator. And let's see here. They have, oh yeah. It's interesting how you can do books in so many ways. For example, they have books here that have the binder and the book tab, bookmark. And then they have the, what you call it, gilded, I think? The gold around the edges. So depending on what book you're making, you can do a lot of different things. These are some more examples from Minecraft. This is a texture pack for books. You can see there's kind of like a haunted book here, a rotten book, a seaweed book. So I thought it would be fun to see if we can do a semi-book wherein, oh, look at this book too. They do the same thing here they're doing for the paper, but a little bit different. Do you see it? How this, and hold on, let me grab this guy here. This paper is kind of similar to Riddle Book. I think this is just a mystery book. Let's see. The swoosh idea is present in this part of the book, which is interesting. They do have a lot of similarities, which adds to that style. And I'm curious to see, just so curious. I just grab you here, and looking at the sky, it's a really dark color, so it gets darker and warmer. So if I were to grab this guy here, let me go darker, let me go warm like that, or well, warm is more so to the right, isn't it? Something like there. And maybe a little bit more saturation up there. That would be more along lines. It's a little bit too dark, I think. Let's see. It's also not completely taking up the book, and the edges also have a lighter color. Hold on. I think that's right. Needs to be studied a little bit more. Let's go back into here. Go back into here. So for this guy here, I go ahead and grab you here, copy paste, slide you over. We'll move that there. This book here has that highlighted guy, so it has this bit here, and that's highlighted. And that sounds like a word. This guy up here, all of these guys, and then you have the edges, and then that part there. Okay, so there's a bit here, and that's the book there. So it seems to be the case they leave only a little area for the highlight. So let's add that little area for the highlight. And I don't know about too dark. It feels maybe a little too red. If you do the color picker thingy, we should know what color it should be. It did look red. I'm a little bit too late on the... well, I don't know if it just popped up now, but if it comes up again, I can check, as I don't think I can undo. Oh, no, we're good. Yeah, this is red. This is pink. I split it over two warmer colors. As this guy here was... well, actually, I would say that's warmer. Oh, redo. There we go. Good. A nice brick you got there. You want brick? I can show you brick. Brick is a... yeah, that's a brick. Oh boy. And let's see here. I know, right? Let's see. Let's grab you here. This is the highlighted spine. You could, like that there, along these edges here. And there, and then some of you guys here, I think. And then maybe you along here, more so about that area there. I think you just, well, no, I could certainly become a wordsmith. Let's slide you over here. Go back over to here a little bit. It's not a brick. That's not a brick. This is a brick. I'll show you a brick. It just lacks the paper. True. Hold on. Let's see. We have this guy here, right? That there. So something like that. And then I still think it's a little bit too dark. Maybe if we go here. Yeah, something like that. And is a solid reading from sure. Took me a second forget it. No one hears the words you say. Oh boy, it's a brick. It's not a brick, I tell you. If it was a brick, I'd know. I'm the creator of it. That's how this works, certainly. I also like how they have the book come out a little bit like they do for Fire Emblem. So, right, kind of keeping with that idea, maybe we have the cover come up and then go out and then out and then out and then come out a little bit like this. It's still a little wonky. Right now I'm just trying to pay attention to what I'm saying. So maybe, right, something like this. And then we kind of have that there. Not a brick like that. Run. And the shadow kind of makes it a fancy bow shape. I'm seeing like a, sort of like a this. It reminds me of the shape you would see in here, where it kind of looks like a ribbon, like that. That's usually what you would see in highlighting of hair when you're seeing the kind of top guy, bottom guy, depending on where you're looking at. That's the shape I'm going for. Butterbook. Oh no, we've evolved. Let's see. From here, right, you would then, let's see, maybe undo you here. Move you down a little bit here. And then move you down a little bit here, possibly there. And then we have you here, you here. It does look more like a book. I can't say that. The brick looks like sashimi now. I would say I think you're hungry, but you don't eat bricks. I do like this though. I really do like it. I'm getting the feel down, I feel like. Lots of feels here. Maybe we can move it over here. And then we also have the darker area, right? She's a Pixelart, she can draw infinite bricks. Give me enough time, all the bricks will be drawn. Like that. But it's just this bit there. I'm feeling like something's off about it there. Like that there. Nope. Yes, and I'll go with that. I don't want to spend too much time on it. That little area. Maybe we can add a little bit of there. Nah, maybe we can do that. You know what? Sure. And maybe strawberry taco. Judging one is insufficient. That was Mimic book, and that's how you draw. The Mimic pretending to be a brick, pretending to be a book. I do like this though. Keep in mind, right? My initial book was this I believe. I think that. And now it's this. I am seeing why they do things. And also, this also has a glint to it. Let's go ahead and add that glint, right? Glint on it. And a nice shiny glint to the area of the book. Something like that there. I do like the glint here. I do enjoy it. Maybe something like that there. I think it's cute. And admitting it's a book, or I'm saying who the knight is. You wouldn't dare. And reminds me of Link to the Past, one of the book items. I do have this one here, the Minish Cap, Legends of Zelda from here. There's some scrolls here, but I don't think there's any books. Yeah, this is the Zelda game, which I can say at least. Some scrolls, and they also have the paper highlight again. Nice to see it. And twisting pixels makes it 100% more, 1000% more interesting to look at. Yeah, twisting pixels, blah blah blah. Twisting pixels is a lot of fun. There we go. So let's see. I wanna know. Ooh, look at that. I think it works because it's a big book and you can use a lot of textures. So what I'm curious to see is, and oh, they do it here too. Well, kind of, sorta. It's the shading, I think. You did all of this? No. This is a reference from different video games that use pixel art. You can see all the games here. Let me make that clear. No. I wish, but I'm getting there. And I wonder if there's a code on this randomly placed in the... I wonder if there's a code on the books. Where do you find this? Murda, you should be able to if I do study. There you go. Should link you there. And just very quickly, because I think you're new here, and I am seeing a lot of new names as well. So just to those that are super curious, this is a website you can get these at. Website, the Spriter's Resource. If it'll let me open it this time, because I know my internet doesn't like it at the moment. Spriter's Resource. If there's a game you like, it might be on here, and then you can get the assets. And I like using the assets because it makes it easy to study. So for example, if I want to draw art in the game of Legend of Zelda, and I want to learn how big Link is or the colors, I can download the sprite sheet, drag it into my Pixelart program of choice, and then realize, okay, he's this big or he's this small. And another one you might be interested in knowing is itch.io. If you're a game dev, you probably know about it. you've probably either uploaded your games on here or downloaded assets to put into your game. Like with Writer Resource, you can download assets and use them as study as well. There's a lot of things at your disposal. An alternate reality she did. What do you mean, Zero? Saying that though, let me go back into this guy here. There we are. So all I did was I looked at those assets and I said, okay, which games have books and paper? And now we have a whole big study page. So let's take a look and ooh, this is from a texture pack, I believe, Minecraft. It is Faithless texture pack. Look at how they did this for their book. They have a little bit of layering on the paper. They also kind of do what the other paper did, where the paper has a dark area and then a light area. I think it just adds so much texture to it, don't you think? Let's see, go back over here. And the books here, they're from, I would call this an isometric perspective because it looks like it's going, let's see. I had to describe it as a grid. It looks like it's like this, and then like that, and then like this, and then you have the other parts of the book and the areas. There, look, I do see it. And curvy book, yeah. I think adding a little curve to it adds a bit of perspective. And it is 3:44 right now. So, I wanted to try using these book references. And I want to see, well, I want to do two things. First, I want to see, and these are some of the Stardew Valley books. And Chuck mentioned it earlier, but these are all the Binding of Isaac books too. So there's a lot of references you can look at when it comes to books. However, what I want to do, and if I grab you to peer here, there's a lot of books around us. I want to see if we can take a book from media and turn it into a Pixelart book in the 16 by 16 size. And I've got a few books on here. And you use Librasprite, but is it better than Aseprite? I couldn't tell you. I've never used Librasprite before. Librasprite is Aseprite. It's just tweaked a little bit, since I believe it's an older version of Aseprite. Don't quote me on that. But it's Aseprite, and it's a version of Aseprite. But I've never done anything outside of Aseprite. But I have heard a lot of good things about Librasprite, since it is a fork of Aseprite. So let's see. Let me scroll out here and oh.
Bunny Bee Art just followed.
Thank you to Bunny Bee Art for the follow. Fuck, I'm not gonna show you, but Paint.net is better. It depends on the person, truly. And it's about the same. It doesn't have large stuff, but it works. Yep, it does work. We have some books from Final Fantasy. We also have the, I don't remember how to say it. This is the book from Adventure Time. We also have Death Note. And then we also have Shrek Fantasy book. And then we have the book from League of Legends. And oh, thank you for the subscription, Murda.
Murdanito just subscribed.
Thank you for look. I hope you enjoyed around here to delete that. Continue, right? And no, my bad. No worries. We've got again. We also have the Gravity Falls book. These are all the books I could think of when it came to books. At least fantasy books, media books. And I want to absorb all this, no ads. Good. I'm glad I persuaded you. Welcome in, though. And pronounce it with the capitals. Let's see. Encred on and Cridion? Is that better? That sounds about right. I think. I want to try. Well, right now it's a tie. I think it would be fun to try to either draw the Gravity's Fall book or the League of Legends book. I am somewhat. I kind of want to do this one just because of the gem. And yes, that is it. Okay, good. Thank you for the pronunciation. But you know what? Let's start off with the Gravity's Fall book. Let's try. And Rectangle tool plus Alt. What does that do, Zero? Let me go ahead and save this here. And from there, let's go back to Choss. Let's try to draw the Gravity's Fall book. Let's see if we can figure out how to draw it stylized. It says, the better we can get at making books that are specifically pixel art. For example, I want to try to convert it into one of these. As then, because I need to put books in my game, I can figure out, okay, what do I want the design to be? Because I'm making a Necronomicon book cookbook, something like this is probably going to be preferred. But I don't know how to do this, so we gotta learn. Let's see. Scrolling back out, right? As ultimately, I need a book for her to hold. I cut it off right here because I don't know how to draw the rest. I figured, you know what? This is good enough. I don't need to know the bottom. And the journals. Indeed, I remember the series. It was very good. Let's scroll out here. Let's try to draw it kind of from that perspective. This guy up here. using the knowledge that we already kind of figured out. I'll slide you over here, and we're gonna need to figure out how to draw a hand. That's gonna be a little bit tricky. That's okay. We can figure it out, I'm sure. So, grabbing that book as our reference, let's see. Let me scroll back, go over here. And what is your game about? I am making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer. And the idea is that by the end of the semester, as you go to a fancy wizard academy, you can show your family that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful in life. You can be a bigger chef. Here you go. Hold on. Exclamation NECRLQYP. There we go. And let me paste that into YouTube, as the commands don't work on YouTube. They work on Twitch for some weird reason. So there you go, Meme God, if you want to learn more about it, as there is currently a version you can play, prototype online. So hopefully you enjoy it, as it's been a while, you know, it's been working. I am having a lot of fun doing this, though. And tomorrow and the day after that, I'll be working on it on stream. So if that interests you, I'll be here. And not just any hand, a 6-finger hand. Oh, yeah. I mean, it does not have to be detailed, right? It can just be implied. Some sort of hand. We'll see, as it doesn't have to be too big, but when we get there. So, let me go ahead and move you here. Let me slide it. And, oh!
Mamegod0_0 just followed.
Welcome in. Let's see. We first have to figure out the book sizing. Now, I really liked the way this guy kind of overlapped. And you can kind of see it, right? The overlapping. So you know what? Let's, I'm gonna remove you. Let's start fresh. Let's start with a dark blob, I think would be the best way to approach this. So we'll grab this color. And there's a jam for the game that's ending tomorrow. But if you dare, I don't see an issue. I mean, if you dare. I can do that too, jam. Because my game is a rhythm game. Currently hosting a music jam that ends tomorrow. Oh man, I don't know who could make a song in 24 hours. I mean, I'd be impressed. But if that is of interest to you, that's there too. And I will hopefully you'll be here when I get back. Fingers crossed. And speedrun. Let me go ahead and scroll out. What I want to do right now, because again, right, we're sticking to the 16 by 16. We can only stay in this box. I want to see if we can get the feel of the book down. And I want to try my best to do the angle too. So, saying that, right? I'm just blob. Big blob. Super big blob. And we'll figure out the details as we go. I think for now, though, this is a decent blob. You know, it's okay. We gotta figure out how to add the details. But for right now, I think this works. And you're kind of speedrunning this. So let me go ahead and copy this, paste this here. And then from there, we're gonna need some red. We're gonna need a light red and dark red. To make this easier on us, I'll stick to these colors up here. So let's see. Kind of a... I'd say that can work, maybe. Maybe more of this color. So we have that color. And then we have, let's see, a darker red. Maybe kind of like that can work out. You have you and then you. And you can go actually here a little bit. Let's move you over. Maybe about there. There you go. Okay. So we have the cover of the book, right? And then, use square tool, draw square, don't let go, hold alt. Use square tool, draw square, hold alt. Use square tool, draw square, don't let go, hold on. Square tool? You here. Hold on. Square tool, rectangle tool, maybe that. You? Oh, the A is on, hold on. Okay, and hold alt. Oh. Magic, look at this. You hold down alt, you get the thing. Oh man, I'm telling you, there's so many neat features. Dude. That's really neat though. And only 30 seconds long. Ah, I'm making a roguelike with way too many history facts, but it's fun. Hopefully I'll finish it someday. Best of luck. The roguelikes are usually the ones you wanna be wary of, but if you really wanna do it, I wish you luck. It's a task, but if it's something you wanna do, you got this. Let's see. This is so neat. The technology we have these days. Okay, hold on. Maybe if I just do this. Thank you, Zero. Let's see if it just... okay. Maybe you don't fit exactly. But I will keep that in my back pocket. I know you can do the same thing like that with circle tools. Where if I grab this guy, I can hold Alt. And it can be rotated. It's just interesting. I think Control too. Huh. There's different ones. Control and Alt can do a lot of different things. I learned about this one back when I was trying to draw planets. This is super duper neat. And you can. They are only 30 seconds long. Hold on. 30 seconds long? Oh, that's very true, Rodrigo. You mean the jam, right? The song's only 30 seconds long. Very true, yeah. I guess maybe if it was like a really long song, it might be a little bit trickier. But I can see your point, yeah. Let's see. You up here, you up here. And I hear roguelikes aren't that bad to make. That's why you can see so many these days. Midjourney can mean many things. Very true as well, yeah. It's a thing of how do you interpret it. I just didn't find which game or those ninja scrolls from. This scroll here? Is this what you're talking about? This one here's from The Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. That should be on the reference site. Let's see here. Go back to here. Unless you mean other scrolls. Yeah? Okay, good. I try my best to have all of them linked as. It makes it really easy to say, oh, you like this one? Go look at this one. It's really neat. So let's see here. And thanks, of course, Elder Scrolls. And Sane. Let's see. Something like this, I think. And then have this guy as the binder. Just something like a little player. And then you have these guys. I want to try to make this as clean of a design as I can. We also have some dark areas here as well, which we'll try to pay attention to. And these guys, they're a little funny. So I'm going to make this go down. And then make this also go down. We'll clean this one up a little bit more. I think I have a pretty neat idea, but 0 game development skills? Yeah. Most people tend to find themselves in the idea of, I have this really great game I want to do with all these other features, then they don't know how to implement it. And then they start for a few months, and then they burn out, and then they never touch game development again, which is really a big shame. People tend to start with their magnum opus, their biggest idea, and you gotta start with the small guys because you gotta get some traction, you gotta get some experience. It's like trying to defeat a big boss, but you're only level 1. You gotta defeat some little slime guys. And let's see, when the larger viewing is going to be, I have to eat because I skipped a lunch. If you mean the viewing of, looking at everyone's art, that comes at the end of stream. So once it hits in about an hour from now, you're pretty good. And what I heard is that usually an easy first game to make is platformer. Yep, because you can use tile assets to the map down. You only need to configure the physics. Yep. Usually the jumpers, however, for me at least, I do find those not the most exciting. So choosing something that you enjoy, the idea of like, another one's Pong, another one's Snake, depending on what your interest is, there is a small game. You only really need to do one idea. And I'm working on my bachelor's degree in programming and game development, but I want to learn more outside of school, so this is awesome. Good. I'm glad. And I started with Endless Runner. Let me show you just really quickly. I know we're doing the book, but I do really want to point this out. If I go back into this guy up here, go to the itch. For a final project of my game, I made a game, a very small game. And the idea behind the game is all you have to do is type in buttons and you serve customers. So you have to, there's timers in the game, there are customers that come with orders, and then you have to do recipes. And that's a small game, right? It's not super big, but there are different mechanics. So if you could grab like a piece of paper and write down what mechanics, for example, RPGs, you have enemies, that's a mechanic, you have fighting, you have maybe inventory system. So how many mechanics are in your game, I think would give you a good list of, if it's too big. When you're doing platformers, you have, for example, jumping, movement. Movement is the mechanic. And it's really it, movement. That's why it's a little bit on the simpler side. Maybe then you could add enemies, that's another mechanic. Maybe you can add then the surprise boxes. So depending on the amount of mechanics you can think of, I think really hits it down. For example, a game like Pong, the mechanic is just moving the tennis ball thingamajiggy back and forth on the screen. So it depends on the sizing, I think. Let me go back into this guy here. An Endless Runner. Yeah, Endless Runners are pretty fun too. Let me go into this here. And paddle. Yeah, moving the paddle is the mechanic. Yep, paddle and the ball, certainly. And you could also see working on the AI that you have to verse against. Could also be a thing you have to consider. And bachelor's degree in programming. I did read that. Yep. And I did read that. Good. Okay, let's see. We have our book guy, right? This kind of goes up by 2. Maybe then it can go, let's see. That's a side guy, and there's kind of a gold area. Let's go ahead and grab a gold bit here. I want to grab a nice gold color. Something like, usually like my golds is an orangish tone. Something like this is pretty nice. So we'll do a goldish tone. And then we also want to have it coming from the side. So we'll do, I think, the 2 straps should work fine. maybe something like that for the shops. And then, let's see. We're gonna need the rest of the book to come down. I'm very creative you making the visuals in text form. I did what I could. I didn't use a game engine. I had to use Visual Studio, so I used ASCII art, as I really wanted to have art in my game. So it was fun. It was a fun final project, but I wanted to work on engines. But thank you all the same. But yeah, I was gonna get art in there one way or another. We have here, right? I'm guessing, let's see. This is our cover. This is the top of the book. Grab you here, you here, you here. This is the top guy, something like that. And then we're going to need the bottom of the book, right? So maybe we can do, you stretch out 2, and then you stretch out 1, like that. And oh, that's about to start. So I'll let them let's see. Where's the button? This guy here. Let me get some water. And let's also thank you. And I've made a few games, but there's actually my first serious one. Got ya. Learn about words. What have you done? I'll have to check that one out. And a few serious games. There's so much to it. I know most about code, and I think I'll definitely be able to make a demo, but I'm completely new to Pixelart. Yeah. For me, it was a thing I've had to learn as I go. The first ever Pixelart game I made, as we're on ad break, so I can show you. If I go back to here, I made a game in 24 hours. And when I say 24 hours, I don't mean in one day. Anytime I worked on the game, I did it I started a timer. And this one here was the first time I ever did pixel art. I made the, I don't think I can show you, but I can kind of show you here. So I had to learn how to draw stars and space and the galaxy. This was my first ever try at adding, well, not my first ever, but my official try at adding art. And it's not there's no really anti-aliasing or fancy stuff, but I was able to make it. And so think of as you go, slowly, because this is the old art, and now in my game, even if there's some prototypes in it, you can see even just the character here, the pixel art itself has gotten a big improvement. There's still a lot of places to go, but it's the thing of just, I think, experience. It helps a lot. And I did read that, good. And limitation is the mother of creativity. Limiting is the best way to learn. You overcome a problem the great way. Yeah. And how do you adjust the Aseprite screen to be the color you have? Oh, I can show you. I'm using a plugin for Aseprite. So if you go down here, let's see if I can find it. There's a lot of plugins on here. But I believe the one I'm looking at is this guy here. There you go. And I'll copy that and just put that in there. So let's see. Move you here, copy and paste. You should be able to find it there. And it's amazing how each week in the check it's more lively. It's very sweet. I do enjoy it. I do enjoy these chats. Something of studying, yeah, very important. But you gotta know why you're studying. Because there's one thing to do, but you gotta have that passion behind it. You gotta have that oomph to keep you motivated when things get tough. And that is so cool. I'm glad you like it. Hopefully, you enjoy it around here. Let me get some water though, since we have a little bit longer. And then we'll go back into things. Heads up, you have a lot of participants in Discord lately? Oh, well, I'm excited to see Zero, and thanks for the heads up as well. I'm super excited to see what people come up with books and paper. Let me go ahead and get some more water. Moonrider, I can't play it at this current moment in time. The ads are still doing their thing, but welcome back, by the way. Let me get some water. Water! Okay, we're all good to go. I do really want to finish this guy, and then lastly, I want to see, maybe possibly we can figure out how to draw this. This is my biggest concern. Now, I don't have an official look for how I want her cookbook to be, as it's supposed to be a spell book and a cookbook all in one, but because she's a necromancer, it's got to be spooky looking. So we'll see if we have time for that. But for right now, I want to see if we can get through drawing Gravity's Fall book and also the League of Legends one. But welcome back from the ad. If you'd like Moon Raider, I can look at it at the industry that way, because we only have about an hour left, which is not a lot of time one, but let's see. We'll go ahead and let me slide this guy back over here. We're gonna need the gold also for edges, so that's something we have to pay attention to. For example, there's gold in these areas here, and then there's kind of gold in this area here, like that, or maybe more so like that. And then there's another one kind of here-ish, and then maybe you also have another one kind of here. Maybe here, you think? And mix the chat. Oh, sweet. And you should make a spiral notebook? You think her notebook should be a spiral one, Cyril? That's interesting. Let's see. We have you here, you here, maybe that there to show off. I'm trying to show these guys here. We should be able to enough if we go ahead and do a darker yellow. So go ahead and slide this guy here. And some people do warm, some people do cool. For me, I do like my shades when they're darker like this, like an orangey tone. So then you might do that there for the darker color. I do like it. And that is, yeah, we're good. And it would be great world building if the cook/spellbook used to be her note sketchbook. The idea is that she's creating a new magic. This cooking magic doesn't exist. She's making it up as she goes. So the hope is that, yeah, she's scribbling notes as she's serving customers and getting feedback on how to work her cafe. That would fit in, it being more of a note sketchbook. But I do like the idea of just spellbook. Let's go ahead and maybe make you, let's see. You kind of need to go back in space a little bit. So I'll go ahead and fill you up about here. I'm thinking about there, maybe. And then we have pages. Ooh. This guy does have a bit of, well, not all of them do. Number 3 does. You know what? Yeah, well, okay. I think we won't worry about the little tassel for right now. We'll just worry on the big features of the book. So, we won't add that at the very moment. Let's see, go here, add a creamy color, make sure it's like orangish, yellow-ish, but here I'd say can work. And these are a lot of fall and autumn colors, aren't they? I do like this. Let's see, about here, fill you in. Actually, let's go a little bit darker. Yeah, darker can work a little bit. And then from there, let's see. And hi DJ Squishy, welcome to the stream, welcome in. Hello. I feel like I've read that name before. Maybe I am mistaken. So let's see. You here-ish, like that. There we go. And then you can kind of come up. 2, 2, 2. There you go. And then maybe you can do one of these moves. Well, you do need to have your red kind of come in a smidge like that. There you go. But then this guy here needs to go down a bit. Doesn't the book look like it's maybe, there we go. That can work, I think. And just thought it was a hilarious image. Wizards and witches usually have tomes and grimoires. Meanwhile, she's using a 70-page spiral. That would be very silly. And is to see little sketches. I would love that, yeah. But I want to do like little sketches in her book. Like for what I'm going for, I want to do something like this. Whether I can have the ability or not, don't know yet. But I like the idea of like a Gravity Swallow book where it's a big tome. It ends up right, but it is a journal. These are journals. They don't look like journals. They feel like journals. The little notes, like kind of cute. I would love to do that for her book or things like that. And do you have a limit of colors for each item? Nope. Not at the moment. Right now, or what I usually like to do is I like to keep it to 3 colors. So for example, there's red and gold here. So I need 3 reds and I need 3 golds, a light, medium, and dark of each color. So I kind of have the 2 reds here. This is the normal red, this is the dark red. And then I have a yellow here, so I have the normal yellow and the dark yellow. So right now I'm just trying to do each by one. And have to cook? No worries! I hope your food's delicious and the ads are over. Play the clip. Remember, like I said, at the end of stream, since I really do want to make sure I do this. It's like I said, I tend to get distracted easily. Let's see. You about there? Maybe if we do you here and here, and then here and here. Like that. And then, maybe that there-ish? No, something feels off. Something feels very much off. Let's see. Redo you there. And I see this is a good limitation. Thank you. I like to, if I can, use as little colors as possible. So usually it's just the thing of, how many do I really need? I haven't used all of these colors up here. If anything, I haven't used that color. This color hasn't been used. And this color hasn't been used. So I've only have 5 at the moment. And see you at the 5 then? No worries. No worries at all. And I hope your food is delicious. I hope it's nice and tasty. So we have these guys. The bottom of the book, though. We might need to take some references. So, let's see. We go back up here. I need ones with the bottom of the page exposed. Kind of like this, right? There's a side, and then there's a bottom. This might be of importance to us. So I believe I can do control click. This is from the Faithless texture pack from Minecraft. Let's see. Move you here. Paste you in here. Flip you over. Never mind. There you go. Okay. With this one, you can't see the binder. You can't see a lot of the pages, which is interesting. Maybe what we can do is have this guy come down a little bit, like that. Let's see. Let me scroll out a little bit so you can see this as well. And it's interesting how the sides are forming too. Maybe we can do something you here. Just trying to get a good feel for it overall. Like there, and then you down there, and you down there, and you down there. So maybe, let's see. Extend the book out a little bit more to give it a bigger spine. Something here. I do think that helps, though. I don't know if I like the bottom bit there. Feels a little off, just a smidge. See that there? And then we have the papers, and we have this guy, so the outline. Now for this, it is a red outline, so what I'll do is I'll go darker, cooler, there we are. So it's more of a pinkish tone. As for me, I like colored outlines. So when it's dark, it's a nice dark color, but it's not entirely black. So what we might do instead is grab darker here, maybe about here. Go for more of these tones. And in that case, it doesn't make too much of a difference, I think, but I think it does make enough of a difference. Maybe we can have you here, going along the lines of here, and then we have you coming down. So maybe it can go here. And then we have 2, 2, it'd be 2, and then maybe you there. And then maybe you can come here, and then you go here, here. And then maybe, what do you think? Does it feel more like a book? I can definitely feel the edges starting to take place. And then from there, let's copy you, move you over. Let's see if we can grab your edges here, some of them at least. And let's see, move you down a bit, like down 1 here, to make a thicker edge. That, I think, could help. And let me slide this guy back over. And I'm not used to game making. My only experience is one jam. But I'm an artist that sometimes has fun with Pixelart. So it's interesting to see someone in the opposite position. I'm glad I can be of help. I like trying new challenges, as I've never drawn books before. I've never drawn paper. So it's the thing of, I don't know how this will go, but I want to try. And I don't know, I like the first one more. You like this one more. Interesting. That's interesting you say that, Jack. Why do you think that is? And just gossip laughing. I just thought of the students needing help from the principal, and he's just, let me check the grimoire, pulls out a spiral notebook. Everyone holds a spiral notebook around here. Let's see. Something like that there, and then maybe you can come back out a little bit. Just see. Something there, there, there. Maybe you can all just be dark like this. And then, let's see. You would need this guy to maybe come down here. And it's this corner I'm not too happy with, I think. Yeah. Maybe we can do corner, corner, corner. Something like that there. How does that feel? That's not too bad, I think. I'm getting a feel of more isometric. So maybe if we move these guys down a little bit. Maybe, let's see, 3. And then you have 3. So maybe you there. And let's see. Actually, I want you to go down. And actually, I'm going to move you down here to make you a little bit easier to see. So, maybe like that's a little bit better. And then from there, we have these guys going down now more. So you can see more of the book. I don't like how this is coming up. Smooth that up, and I saw that. Oh, I see. Got ya. And then, let's see. Move you here. And then move you here, move you there, like that, I think could work maybe. And then we have you, maybe. I think it's because I know nothing about art. Check. The thing is, if art can't be appreciated by all, then is it art to begin with? If one feels better than the other, then that's a good thing. It's good you notice that. Let's see. My favorite part about watching these is the approach you take to these. Are so easy to replicate. I'm glad you enjoyed, Frost. I try my best to make reason of why I do things. We're gonna need a hand, though. You can always work along on stream. That's great to hear. I'm glad I make it approachable. Let's see. We're also going to need a dark color. So, let's see. Gabby down here. Maybe we can add... Oh, there's also some papers coming out. Right? Those... Maybe we can add that. So I'll go up here. I'll make you warmer for lightness. And maybe we can have some... We need to be brighter. We want edges. We need brighter pages. And let me scroll out a little bit so you can see it. Like that, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I quite like that. Maybe if these guys were lighter to begin with? I don't know. And there is no such thing. Most of the players will not be artists. Yeah. The thing is that if you can't look at art, or it should be good to look at art from the everyday man's eye. And I really like the book at the top right, the bright colors and yellows. This one here, you mean? This one is a reference. This one is from the Faithless Minecraft texture pack. It's a really nice texture pack. Try my best to find ones that I really enjoy the look of. Maybe what we can do here is do like that. And then we have the edges. So this is the dark ones up here. I can see it being a thing. And I did that. Good. Yep. For me, that's what it comes down when I think about things like music, where I may be no musician, but you know good music when you hear it. So you can kind of close your eyes and try new things in the sense of when I know it's good, I'll know. That's at least helped me with trying new things. And I love the work you did. That's not my work. Yeah. This is not my work. You said top right. Gotta make sure. You're doing fine. Thank you. And pass us the message. It's really what matters. Yeah. As long as it's legible. That's what I like to try to do with this. And I did that. Good. Okay. Oh, we need the gray. We're gonna need the gray bits for the hand or the dark parts. So let's see. Maybe some of you here. And then less country music. You know what? Yeah. I've tried so hard to... It just never works. I've tried a lot, I tell ya. There's kind of some dark edges, right? Well, I guess they have a nice eye for references in that case. I'm glad you like the reference. I try my best to find them. For example, here, this is one texture pack. I try my best to do different styles. So you have one here. This is also Minecraft texture pack. This is also Minecraft texture pack. And this is also Minecraft texture pack. They approach drawing things in different ways. So let's see. Go back to here. And now, the hand. Oh, the hand. Okay. This is fine. This is okay. Where we can do this, I am going to do a new layer. That way, if I mess up, it'll still be here. And from there, how can we make a really small hand, do you think? I'm gonna do my best to imply. As again, it does not have to be 6 fingers. It just needs to feel hand-like. I feel like that can be a hand. It doesn't have to be a lot. Now, the number on the book, I am not sure. The thing is, when you're doing such small pixel art, sometimes you gotta boil down those details. You can't make it 100% accurate to what you're trying to draw. I feel like maybe we could do that there. Now, can we slide it over? I'm not too sure. Okay, we have a few ideas here. We have this hand, and I'll go ahead and undo, oh, redo. So we had that hand. We also have, oh no, where's my paste? That one there. And I think what you did really works for it. Maybe a pixel or 2 of darker dots. Do you mean for the hand or for the other areas? Can you lower just a smidge? Let's see. Now, wide hand, narrow hand. Let me get some water. I gotta think. And for the hand, I see. Got ya. And pixel 2. Thank you. Okay, water. Tasty. Okay, saying that right. Let's see. I think this one feels more hand than this one. And hydrate.
Check _14 just redeemed hydrate.
I'm so glad I added a cooldown. It happened one time where I feel like I turned into a mermaid for a second with all the water redeems. Thank you though, Jack. Certainly it's important to hydrate before you dehydrate. And since the 3 is so important, we can't afford to use dots on the fingers. I suppose. Oh, fingers, I figure. Dots on the fingers? What do you mean exactly? Really out of it? It didn't like the word finger, apparently. So let's see. Well, the number 3. Do you think we can add the number 3? I don't have to use, hold on. There. You know what? I think that can work for words, don't you think? Or maybe it doesn't have to be number 3. Maybe it can be what number is this? I deem you line. Okay, oh, three! I did 3! There you go! Enough pixels to make it sideways like that? I think they mean like that, right, Ame? I just happened to do it. Let's see. Good, and it's a number? Less than, yeah! And what I was saying was, if the 3 represents 4 dots, we can't afford to use any to show the separation of fingers. Yeah. If it's more important to show the number or the lines of the fingers, which one would you say? It's the thing of, you gotta give up some detail. I do like this though, I really like it. Okay, do you think we can fit in the dots of the circle, these guys here? I don't know if we can. These little guys, they might be too small for detail. 'Cause right now, I don't quite like the edges. I don't feel like they're very clear. Remember, because there are multiple books. Yep, very true. Yeah, I do think so. Like, if this wasn't an RPG game, if you had to pick up the books, if they were in your inventory, I do think having them like that would be very handy. Let me merge this guy down. From there, I don't think we'll be able to add those dots. I wanna, but I don't. I think it's cleaner like this. And at most, you can represent the ridge using like a wee darker gold. Maybe. Possibly, and gotta give up some fingers. Indeed. And some fingers have to give. I think, lastly, I want to see is, can we add a little bit of a shine to our number? I don't know, but let's try. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna need a golden glint, right? It's kind of a whitish tone. So something like, let's see, this I think for a lighter color. And then we kind of need it to go up and past. So maybe something like that. And then for that color here, we're going to have to go up. And then maybe it can come up like that. No. I don't think so. I think... Well, hold on. It's not too bad. Up close, it doesn't feel quite right, but zoomed out, it's not too bad. Maybe it's too bright, the golden glint, do you think? And zoom out, it looks great? Yeah. I'm looking at it from here. Close, not too much, but when I see it from here, I do like it. I can't say it's shiny. I think so too. And I think the golden glint is perfect. Interesting. Alrighty. Okay. I think we did the best we could with the knowledge we have. And again, I want to remind you, at the start of this, right? This was my book. This was my book. And we made a book from scratch. It always amazes me, the sense of the idea of slowly but surely demonic eye. I feel like an eye on a book is a fun idea. I do like the eyes. I like it when it's a little bit creepy, like the teeth and the eyes, especially for a spooky feel. I like it. And at most, maybe a singular white dot at the corner to give it a bit of a zing. Well, let's try. A little bit of a zing, you say? Zing. Hold on. You said at the corner. Zing. No. Maybe it's too white. Hold on. Do. Up a bit. Zing. I'm not quite sure on that zing. But I'll save it. So copy, paste, move you over, and zing. There you go. Okay. So, we have about 40-ish minutes left. I don't know. Well, I wanted to see about doing, you. And that's a lot more gold. So, let's see. It was either going to be her or this. I feel like in our case, maybe seeing if we can fix her book would be a better use of my time. As eventually, this won't be the official art for the book. However, I do feel like we can use what we know now and expand on the idea. So I'll go ahead and grab her. And we'll move you over, Gabby, to here. There you are. Welcome to the other side. We'll slide you up here and move you about here. And I think they mean the corner of the book. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Closer to the bottom left. So you mean here and here? That? Like that, you mean? And the zing is very zongy. It feels rather zingly. I can see, you know, when it's from the bottom, I can see it, yeah. And the corner. Guy, closer toward the bottom left. Yeah. Zing. Let me go ahead and move the character below the book. Okay. So, for her book, I think it'd be neat to have like a really a dark feel and make it all gloom and doom, but also fancy. Yeah, fancy's pretty neat. So, let's go ahead and I will first fill out the book. So we'll go ahead and grab you here. And Zingby. I've never heard of that one before. Zinbly? That's a new one. Let me go ahead and slide this. Oh, where are we at? I'm looking for my symmetry tool. You. Let's move you here. Oh, there we go. Good. And your symmetry is that line. Okay, good. And Batman's arch rival, the Zingler. Is that a real thing? I can't tell. Let's see. Maybe the book's about this big, right? Possibly about here and here. There you go. You got a little bit of a book. You know what? Let's do her book from her regular sprite. I think that would be a little bit easier. So, we'll modify your sprite a little bit. We'll grab you, copy, and move you here. We'll do it from here instead. Should make it a little bit easier. As I also do remember, I believe Octopath Traveler, I have some of those guys. I do indeed. Where they're holding books. I think this might be our best bet in choosing how to hold said book. As yeah, the book from the side. It looks like it's just a line. There's some differences. I think these sprites might be the best bet we have for figuring things out. And let me get some water. And out of her calibration animation frame, she chose the less funny one. I chose that there's only 2 frames. I had a 50-50 chance to choose, I guess, the silly one. Let me get some water. Lovely. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Let's go back to here. And Gabby, you will get here. Funny enough, this is just this sprite. So I guess, hold on. If I just just grab where we at, book, yeah, and grab you, and if I just it's gonna, you're kind of downward. So if I just, just you know, just a bit of surgery now and then, you know, it's good on the heart. We just if you believe, it's there. I don't want to spend time on the sprite itself. So, let's see. Could you zoom out of that old book for a second? I have another painting to extend the thought on the server. Do you mean this here, Frost? This guy here? And also, I've run out of water. So, once you get that there blasphemy, I do what I can with what I have. We'll be right back. Let me get some more water. She has 4 hands now. She has become full spider lady. Her familiar is a spider. That makes sense. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go get some water. It'll give me 1 second. We'll do the ad break too while we're at it. Make things easier. welcome as well. Hello. And I did that. Good. Okay, so continuing where we left off, let's see. Also, since I did just grab water, let me get some. Oh. Okie dokie. Now I'll hydrate it. Lovely. So let's go ahead and clean her up just a little bit before we start on the book. So let's see. And eventually I do also want to change your hair, but for now, we just need it to be a thing. And right, I'll screenshot that book real quick. Sure, hold on. Good. Okay, yeah, I am here when you're ready to show it. And let me go ahead and move you down there and just fill you in. Oh, it didn't fill that guy in on the side. Again, I don't want to pay too much attention to the... Oh, hold on. I just, hold on. Just grab you, copy you, paste you. Where are we at? Delete you, and then you here, and then you here. Paste you, flip, yeah. It's not letting me flip it. Hold on. Copy. Paste. Okay. Grab you, copy, Control C, Control V. I wonder why it didn't work. Hold on, are we good now? Copy, paste, flip. Yeah, okay. Then slide you over. So, there we go. Okay. And I just wanted to fill you in here. And you there. So we're just making a mock sprite at the moment. But pressing something over. So let's take a good old gander. Oh, nope, wasn't set done yet. Okay. I'll keep this on my side then. And yeah, okay, good. Let me slide this guy back over here. Now, for the book. And did she do ads now? It's a gamble for me? No worries, Shaka. Ads are all done. Don't you worry. And I never expected that. It's always this, guys. Sometimes I guess I fat finger it. But I am all back, Shaka. I had to grab some water. So let's see. You here? So what I'll do is go back to the book layer. And now we can add the book. I thought it might be easier to do it like this instead. That way we can see what we're looking at in terms of book grabbing. So we have you here, and then... Oh, it's still not symmetrical. Hold on. Let me slide you over here. Now do we have the symmetry tool functional? We do! And my internet got so bad, you sounded like you were beatboxing. I see. I know mine was... I can't say the name, but... yeah, I'm sure you know who that I was speaking of it. Let's see. That there. Now, for the top of the book, I was mentioning Octopath Traveler. So, never... Oh, I did do that. Good. Okay. You here. The book has, it seems like a dark edge. And then a little bit... It's got a little bit of interesting bits. If I scroll out, you can see the book. Huh. Do you think it makes sense? Because maybe that's a thing of just posing, and maybe she is. The world may never know. Let me scroll out a little bit here. See me into here, like that. Here we go. Okay. And then, right, let's add that hand very quickly, about there. Her hand is about there. Nope, it looks like it'd be more so there. There you go. One day I'll be good. Crap King, your Pixelart's like really up there. And that's the next project to add in. We did music dev, singing, voice acting, so I guess we add beatboxing. Hidden talent. Let's see. So for this guy here, I guess what we should work on first, right? And let me close this guy since it's no longer needed at this point in time. Let's see. You here, and okay, do that. Good. Let's see. For books that are facing us, what does the spine look like? That's what I'm curious to see. I mean, there's a lot of books that end up as enemies, which is really interesting. Some of these tomes will attack it if they feel wronged. Let's see. These are some really nice books as well. And if you are willing to animate, you can put our hands up and make the book floating. Oh, I like the way you think. Maybe we don't need this. I think Zero's onto something. Hold on. What if, right? Instead of holding the book, I don't have that. You know what? Let's just very quickly, as I go, it does not take long. Move you there, delete you there, put you back here, delete there, then oh, you need your ears. Your ears are required. Let's just move you there, add some of these guys here, you there. Add you there. Yep. Move you there. And then I think you kind of go here. I can't remember, but it's okay. It's not too required. And then you kind of have this, and that. There you go. Okay, Gabby. From here, maybe the book could go a lot of different ways. You're very right. Also, color of the book. Again, it doesn't matter at the moment. So, for our purposes, let's keep it as this kind of color. Maybe we'll go for more of a darker color down here. That's just this color. But maybe the book doesn't have to cover her face, because the hope is it looks like an object. And she floats the book towards her face using magic hands. I want you to see her face, because the idea is she's reading off the book to cast a spell. The book could certainly be something like, what would you see? Like this? Where the book is floating. It's one of those bird books, and ears are very... Her droopy ears are very important. And have to go click? No worries, Shaq. May return by the end, but if not, good luck with making the best sprite book, because you have all the talent for it. Thank you, and wish you luck for tomorrow, and maybe also for Sunday. I'm not sure if I'll be absent or not. Thank you, Jack. Thanks for stopping by and helping a lot. I hope you have a nice, delicious food time. Thank you again. Let's see. I do like that idea. When you see books they come in so many different ways. I do remember the bird books where they kind of do like that and then like this. So maybe they can go the book this way-ish book time. Like that, maybe? Let's grab the paper. And I love to think her eyebrows randomly furrow as you expect to droop according to when reading the book. I had a lot of silly little animations for her character as. I think there's so many different funny things you could do than the charm of the games, or charm of games really is the sprites. The sprites make it a freaking butterfly. Butterfly. I'm thinking because what was it? The seagull look to the book is what I do remember seeing. Maybe we can do something like that, a sort of seagull-ish look. So that's what this guy is here, the seagull I'm trying to bring or spawn. Something like that there. Maybe we need to add you about here. Like that there. There we go. And then you about there. And then you get hung up like that. And actually, you go down a little bit because you're not really needed too much. You kind of go down and then you go down there and then book there. Kind of looks like she's trying to play out. She's playing a little game on like a controller. Let's see. Book. This is tricky. Because of the way the book's positioned. And it's interesting, when I was looking up sprites, I didn't really come across a book like this. Maybe because the book's not readable. It doesn't mean I don't have to do it for my game, but maybe it's just not an optimal position of the book to read it. Maybe she could hold it like Shakespeare in her hand, something like that, and I just realized, sure. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways. Maybe we can have the book on the table, something like that. And flying book is the same concept as a butterfly. That's why most books work like a butterfly or birds. I've seen so many different animations for them. I think I can show you even, like, let's see. Yeah. Doesn't that feel like a bird or a butterfly or something? We also have some, from Slime 7 here. I feel butterfly and bookish. And then we also have it from Britain, is my guess. It's just the thing of, these books can have a lot of character if you let them. Oh, there's a whole lot of them, I do agree. And they both have wings extending from the core. And kind of aerodynamics of a bird. If you believe hard enough, they can have the aerodynamics of a bird. I've seen some very flexible books. Super flexible ones. Let's see. Where were we? About you here. Okay. So save. Yeah. And when she's on her book, what does it look like? Something like that, maybe. You're looking top down at the book is the thing. So it's more akin to the book. Let's see. Papers. We'll just grab this guy here. And let's see. They're savage. Let's see. Grab you about here. If the book has sides, maybe we can have them come up about here. And then maybe we can have it come down. And then have the book kind of come down here. And then have you come, let's see, like you there, pull you in, like that. And now we have the edges. And not that birds don't flap, but you only expect insects to move wings from 90 degrees. Interesting. Interesting. You know, I never really paused to think about it. Let's see. Movie here, here. And then we have you here. So maybe a book like this, it could also be sharp book. Let's have that sort of sharp feel. I was doing a top-down look, but it does feel like she's holding, or this would be the start of the book, right? Maybe we can bring it in a little bit. So maybe, for example, it could be here. Oh, no, never mind. I cannot bring it in. The symmetry tool does not allow it. Let's maybe here, and then let's see. Maybe up here, like that. And then you're out here, so maybe up there. Like that could possibly work. And now it's a mind puzzle. Is she looking down at it or holding it out? That's what I'm wondering. Initially, she was looking down at it, but it does look like she's, or no, she was holding it out. Like her hands would go here. No, here. No. Oh no. It just looks like she's showing you the menu. And let's see it. Welcome back. And now that I did read that, good. So let's see. Yeah, you make a fair point, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Oh no. Let's see. Order the chicken tendies. That's their favorite thing on the menu. Let's see. I'm gonna do you, and then maybe we can do lighter you color here. Yeah. The thing of, I don't even know what color we wanted, and I'm not trying to do too much. I know I do want the edges to be gold. And it's the thing of, you're gold and the character's gold. This is definitely tricky. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it, but I definitely am enjoying this. I wanted something like this, where you can see the bends, right? But that's not what I'm getting, where you can see it top down. I was going for something like this, where you could see the edges, but I'm not seeing the edges. Let's see. And you're showing the best Hex's muffins to order. They're gonna be, they're to die for type of muffins. I think this is well, let's just, yeah, we'll use this color. And then we have the book here, pages, and then you here. So, let's see. A book like that there, it would be the edges here, and then you would have this here. And then maybe we would have the hands about here, like there. That doesn't look right. If anything, it kind of looks like you're reading from her perspective, doesn't it? Like, if you were to play the game, and if I hide this here, it looks, but I do like seeing her face, her singy face, but it looks like you are playing as her, and then you're seeing things pop up on screen, like a big old speech bubble here, and then words are popping out. Something like that is what it looks like instead. And I'm not sure I oppose that. I do like it. And hi, Omega Prime. Welcome into stream. Welcome, and hello. Let's see. Yeah, I don't dislike that idea. It's not the current one I have, but I can certainly feel like that's what it would be, where the idea is the words here. Yeah, I kind of like that. In a way. In a so to speak way, where you're holding it. And then I would be able to add all the special features, for example, the gold areas and things of that nature. So then I might be able to have my golded edges for the book. But if I ever want to do the book as a sprite, that might be trickier to do. As how could you do the sprite book? Let's see, there's golden glittering edges, like here. And you're doing books? Yep, we're drawing Pixelart books. You can see here, these are some of the books I did earlier. So I drew the Gravity Falls book, and then I drew, let's see, some of these books here, but we're drawing books in paper. And right now, I'm trying to think of a spell book for my game. So let's see. Maybe if we add that dark color back, that guy here, hide you. And maybe if we do, well, this is, would you count this as layering? I think that's what it's called. Layering, where they're all on the same edges. And then this guy here wouldn't be purple. It would be, well, actually, I do like the purple. You're seeing the bottom of the book? That's what's happening here. And they look great. Thank you. I'm glad to think so. This was the, let's see. This was the first book I drew. So in 4 hours, we've come a long time. I'm really glad you like the look of things. So let's see. Maybe that is what the book could be. I do want to have a really detailed book in the game. I think that would be a great idea. I like the idea of it either having a more spooky look with the tongues and eyes or some sort of thing, as if you're gonna do gothic, you should do gothic. And do you draw the mouse or pencil? I use a pencil. I use a Wacom tablet, I believe. Hold on. There you go. That worked? It did. Lovely. You should be able to find the specific tab that I use. But because of my wrist not being too, they're very dainty. So I have to, as much as I can, not use them, since I program, which uses my wrist, and then I also play the piano, which uses my wrist, and eventually my wrists aren't gonna enjoy my company. Let's see, something like that there. And I can't believe you beheaded Yumi. Oh boy, I remember when she came out. It was chaos. utter chaos. Let's see, you there, and then maybe you there, like that, and then that there. Maybe that there. Yeah. And for these guys here, you're not gilded, so in fact, I think you should just be like that. There you go. Where you're the edges of the book. I can see that. And then maybe what we can do, because this is her hands, so this would be her hands. That's not too bad. This is just temporary. We're thinking of ideas here. And then you want me a dark tone for her. Let's see. I'll grab you here. So this would be the side of the hands, and then the bottom hand. Maybe that could be detailish, like that. And then from there, we have the words on here. And I want more of a creamy tone, so we'll go for something a little on the creamy side, though. They kind of look like they go together, don't they? Or they blend in with each other. So if I do this guy here, yeah. So we're gonna need a different color. And you maybe want to draw books for no reason? Good! That's the hope of these guys, is that eventually you'll want to try Pixelart for yourself, or eventually you want to give it a try. And I'm glad my attempted persuasion skills are working. It's a lot of fun, and I hope more people start doing it. And not to bring the mood down, but I wish your VA love had a bit of struggling because of crowd. I mean, that's how you know you did a good character, when people feel emotions to it. And which direction is the book supposed to be facing? What I'm thinking, right, is you are in the perspective of the character. So you're looking, you can't see it because you're in the body, but imagine this is the body, and this is, you're here. You're looking here, like that. But where, the camera-wise, you're taking the place of here. So you're looking at this, is the idea I'm thinking of. Like you're speaking on a pedestal, or what's the word I'm looking for? I don't remember the one. Oh no. It starts with a P, I think. Something like this maybe can work. It's just the colors of the parchment have to be a different color. Confusion? It does feel a little confusion, but that's not the word I'm looking for. I need like a parchmenty color. Like an orangish tone. Let's see. Parchmenty. Maybe that? No, it's not orangey enough. Orangey. Orangey. That's kind of sort of better. And I'm just getting mixed up signals from the two borders in gold and purple facing up or down. This is the top of the... Hold on. Maybe if I do, let's see. That there, and then the words would go here, because this is the way you're looking at it. But if it's confusing, that's good. That's good information, as then I can fix it. Let's see, something like this, and then this would be the spine bit here. Like that, maybe, can help. Yeah, this is why I need to be here learning, as it's tricky. I was thinking this is where you're at, and maybe I can, let's see, if I do draw here, maybe make it a little bit easier. You should be able to see it. Yeah, okay. So you're here. This is this body, and then the book is about here and here, or hold on, more so like that there, that there, that there, that there. This is the book. This is, you're facing down at the book. This is what we're seeing at the moment. And then the hands are here. They come around here and there. That is not clear, which is understandable. I am struggling, but that's good. Gotta have a little bit of pain. Let's see. So saying that, right? And is the gold outline part of the book? Yep. And maybe having the purple have the at the top and have the gold board shifted a lot above it. Sure. So you're saying do here and then here. Oh, hold on. You down there, and then you here. Okay. Before we make any changes, let me copy this and save this. Move you down here. Scroll you down here as well, and then let's see. Okay, so finish the purple border at the top. The purple border is supposed to be the book, So maybe this can help a little bit. Where, right, we have, this is the book, and then we have the book cover, which is this guy here, and then we have the edge of the book, which is the gold. So something like this here is the hope I'm going for, with the book edge. Although we have the paper, let me grab the paper, like flat, and then you here, something to this extent, where the book is like that. Does that help a little bit? What I'm trying to go for it. Hi, Izanari. Welcome to stream. Hello. Was looking for a bit earlier, but just wanted to say my daughter absolutely loves your avatar. Oh, sweet. Oh, it's adorable. And goes Robin trying to enter the screen. How sweet. I never would have imagined. I'm glad she enjoys it, and I hope you enjoy it too. And then the gold outline should definitely be at the bottom. God, yeah. Okay. In that case, let's see. Like this down here, you mean? Oh. I think I can see what you mean. Yeah, the trim itself. So, let's see. You here. Now, the colors definitely need to be changed. I think they're too similar, or the contrast isn't good. Yeah. You see how you can't really see the two colors? And while the purple outline's still kept. Got ya. Okay. So, let's see. Purple stays here. This has got to be shifted to like a darker orange, probably. Like maybe here. The colors can certainly change. I'm just trying to get a feel for the layout of the book itself. Something like that. That definitely feels a little bit better contrast. Maybe we can move it here like this, and could also make the book flat. True as well. Yeah, we saw that as well with the, what was it? Fields of Mystra, where the book was flat. Maybe it's my thing of always trying to make the book look round. So if the book was flat, let's see, flat, and the book is pointing away from us, so the top edge would be cut off in the angle. Top edge. So like this, let's see, like that, and then cut off top edge, like that, and then we have two, and then we have you here, and then probably that down there. That, you think? Let me scroll down a little bit. This is where perspective certainly can help. Let's see. Flat book would be like this. And then, yeah, and the bottom is purple plus gold edge. Oh, I was using the outline as the outline itself, but I can certainly let it go. Let's see. Redo that there. Erase you here, like that. And then grab you here. Copy and paste. And oh, there you are. I found the hands. Let's see. Okay. So then, I'm guessing you mean maybe that purple or different purple. And my first submission on Discord would be a good example of what I mean. I see. A zero. Like, well, I don't want to spoil myself too much. But if you could send the direct example into the stream discussion spot, I can take a look. And should the gold outline be visible at the bottom? That's what I'm thinking, right? But I mean, there's no hope, or there's no chance, no hope. There's no reason not to try. And the bright purple. Yeah. Got ya. And then like this, you mean? There's always a trying it as, I don't know, maybe it does look better. Maybe it doesn't. I can't say. I think I do like this a little bit. Well, out of all of them, I do like the gold edge being at the bottom. I think that one's made the most sense. That could also just be the thing. Maybe I need to step away for a little bit and think about the consequences of these actions. Maybe that, but this does feel like banding. However, if I'm looking at it from here, these guys don't feel too bad. Maybe if we do, let's see, you down here a little bit, and send. Thank you, Zero. Let's see. And, oh, yeah. I think this would, something like this. I don't know if it's going to show the thingamajiggy. Nope, it won't. If you could post this zero in, let's see, at zero. If you could post it there, I can pull it up, as it won't let me pull it up on Discord. But yeah, I think something like that. And the darker the pages crease, yeah, I'm thinking darker pages here, right? Maybe here? Maybe we could do here. Maybe all of these guys could be darker. It does look like a book. Something's off, but I feel like this is more book-like than the other books. Interesting. Okay, hold on. These guys here, you would do not these guys at the top, you would do them at the bottom, right? You would do them at the bottom, like this, like that. Like something like that. Somewhere along the lines. Yeah, I agree. I think it is upside down. I move them here, and then maybe we can move you up there, and then move you here. Oh no, well, you guys can stay where you are. About there. There we go. This does feel more like a book. Definitely more book than my my older books, so that's really nice. But and I think the mid is a bit too thick, unfortunately. Well, I don't know the sizing, or actually, let me check my character. She's too wide, so it might look a little weird to not have it too wide. But again, there's no, oh, hold on. It's back! When did it have time to do all of this? Hold on. And then we'll just erase you, and then we'll go ahead and erase you. Want to zigzags from middle shape? Sure. And did you enjoy my clip? I'm about to take a look at it, Federator. Let's see. Okay. Copy you, paste you, slide you down. Let's see. And then post it where? I added you on the Discord there. You should be able to see the channel there. And then, okay. So, what were you saying about this here? Mid is a bit thick. Okay. One thing I wanted to try was just out of curiosity, seeing if we just do this here. Oh, well, I mean, that does look nice. But here, yeah, I think it is the thickness. And then I just want to also try one more thing. Copy and paste. Zigzag for middle area. And have you tried making one side of the book darker? Nope, but I can try. I don't mind it one bit. Let's see, you there. That's not too bad. Having it kind of split, it's not too shabby. And one side of the book darker. So maybe, let's see, copy you, paste you. Sort of, yeah, probably darker would be the better option. Let's see. Grab you here, and move you down here, and do you here, like this, you mean? And then maybe we could do like that. That's not too bad. It's a small change, but I definitely think it helps. The sides are still a little funny, and maybe that's just the nature of this book itself. But I do like how one page being darker helps with that dimension. And let's see. I think they might make only one side of the book shaded. Oh! Huh. I do like this. Hold on. Let me grab that there. Grab you here. And paste you down here. Okay. So if one of the book sides is shaded, we'll grab that there, and then grab you here. Something like that. Oh! That looks pretty nice too. Interesting. Those are really neat. Thank you for the suggestion. Let me go ahead and put this good old guy down. And then from there, okay. So, we will first do the community look at, and then I'll see about the shot you posted, Federator. So saying that, let me go ahead and do exclamation DSORD. And then let me go ahead and copy you as well for YouTube. So, if you happen to be trying to draw in your own time, or books, things of that nature, and you want to share it, the idea behind doing these study streams, I try to do them once a week on different Pixelart topics, and if I go, hold on, okay, for a second, I got the name, so yeah, let's go into, let's see, the screen here. Here, I'm so Discord illiterate, no worries, Discord, book, many books. I'll show you Zero on this screen now, but I'm about to go through it. You said it was an older thing you posted, so I should be able to see it. But you'll see Discord here, and we have, let's see, Parham Lolo. We also have Murda Nito, or Nito, and Gifted Extractions. Those 3 people have joined, so look them in. What you'll do is you'll navigate down to the screen here, and you can see these are previous studies we've done, and the idea is that I try my best to see if I can figure out a topic I've never done before, and then we all try drawing it, and then at the end of the stream, we take a look at what people have been up to. So, oh, before I forget, Zero, I'm talking about this guy here, the stream discussion one. I put this here now as it makes it a little bit easier to see things and get references. So if you post it here, I should be able to find it. Saying that, let's take a look at what everyone's been up to. Let me scroll all the way back up. Okay, I'm excited. Let's see. Scroll down here. Paper sprint. Let's see. This was an observation, and hello, Beetle. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I don't think I've seen that name in quite some time, so welcome back. We also have Pala, accidentally pancake thingy. I could see this being like a I don't know. I see pillow. I could also see like a it does look tasty. It does. But maybe that's just the warm colors. This is what you were showing though before, right, Zero? And I think this could help. Maybe my issue is I want to show the cover of the book. Maybe we leave showing the cover of the book to other parts of the game. Maybe right here is just where we do the side of the book. I do really like this though. Tiramisu. Now I'm hungry. Very well job. Nicely done though, Zero. Yeah, this is something I want to go for. So I'm gonna have another look at this. Very well done. Let's see, and yeah, I don't take that back at all. Now I'm very hungry. Banana filled cherry cake. Myra consistency fixed. It's no book, but it does look delicious. And tasty too. Oh boy. We have here, ooh. I like this a lot, Zero. And bye-bye, have a good night. Thanks for coming in, Omega. I hope you have a lovely night indeed. And thanks for stopping by. This is really nice though, Zero. I especially like the, what is it called? The book, the scroll thingy, the red thingy. I don't remember what it's called. But I really like how you do the animation. Next time if we do it, I would like to see if we can do some book tabs and do some animations with the books as well. Like flipping the pages. I think that would be something fun to look up. Bookmark? Yeah. Bookmark! The ribbon! That's what I was thinking of. We also have here Moon. One of my first Pixelart attempts. Hopefully it's not too bad. I think you did a great job, Moon. It feels like the Minecraft texturing where it has that dark outline, but then it's very faint, but it's noticeable enough that it blends in. I like this a lot. I think you did a great job, especially one of your first attempts. You did great. Very well done. Let's see. Bookcakes. Let's see. Shaded. Steady for the entire... Oh, ooh. Look at this. Let's see. Designs text. It provides guidelines for layout and forming and typography and documents like thickness and letter emails and other written materials. Hold out now. This is false. I would never be wanted. I am a law-abiding citizen. So, very nicely job. Very nicely done. Very well done it. I really like the feel of the wanted poster as well. It feels like paper. I like it a lot. The tasty image is a book though. This is a tasty book image. I mean, I'm not complaining. Impossible quest and elder sleeping. I do believe he's asleep by now. And let's see. Ooh, I sidetracked thinking about the mimic, so book and mimic. Oh, that's adorable. Free. And then I'm guessing those are teeth. Maybe those are little wings and then a tongue. And I'm guessing that's a little me. And the bookmark's the tongue. Oh, that's cute. I like this a lot. This is why. Oh, I don't think I said it correctly. I'll try again. Ame. Thank you. This is really cute. And we have on here book. $1.99. The book. And then the little hero. Book. Lovely. And you wanted to buy us, seriously? You know what? I'll take it. And yes, good. Well done. Book. Let's see. I couldn't figure out the whole thing with the cookbook, but here's my more nondescript book. Ooh, I like the way you added the ink as well. Ooh, this does feel like a cookbook in a way. I feel like cookbooks do tend to be tan. And how many you got? Apparently many. But I will stay here as long as I need to look through all of these, as I really do appreciate all of you taking the time to post these and participate along. And if you're willing to give the time to participate, I'm willing to give the time to look at all of these. So let's see. We have an attempt was made, an attempt it was, and an attempt you did. It looks like paper in a book. That was probably the hardest part for me. Figuring out how to make a book look like a book. And if you were to ask me if this was a book or paper, I would say yes. So, well done, Jack. You did a great job. Though, are you still here? I don't know. And I was talking about book. I say many books. Let's see. We also have one here, pal, and ooh, interesting way you did the hand. Yeah, that's the thing of, I omitted the details of the fingers. You decided to add the fingers. I wonder how you would do that, like on a bigger scale, add all the fingers. And craziest thing is that I managed to make the tasty book in less than like an hour. It's always the silly ones that take the least amount of time. and all my creative energy. You still did a great job, though. Let's see. And ooh, interesting. I'm not sure if this is a reference to a book, but I do like it nonetheless. I also like the outline. Makes it feel fancy. And I'm guessing the food book. This is well done as well, though, Zero. Let's see. We also have, ooh, I like the tabs. This one's really nice. The tabs along the side. That's a very creative idea. Let's see. We also have crab and, ooh, the page flipping. I'm telling you, next time. I also like the little animation of the bounces. You did a great job. And I like the little morph. Yeah, it morphs. This was something I want to go for more of, but I just gotta figure out the page turns. And I can't describe that bouncy. There we are. Let me get some water though, and we'll take a look at the I forget what it's called. The thingamajiggy. The clip. There we are. And did YouTube stop? Let me just double check. And I kind of just took some blob to the colors. Oh, and we have one more. I made this not long ago for commission. Ooh, fancy. I like the pink. Then again, I'm a little biased, but I like this a lot. I like all the sparkles too, and the pink and yellow. That's a really good, nice contrast. Well done. And I kind of put some blobs to the colors and look like pancakes. Cheese book. This is the book of knowledge, I tell ya. And it's neat. Yep. Okay. Last but not least, I want to take a quick look at the Oh, YouTube's acting up now. Oh no, that's no good. And all the points I brought in the discussion have been put in discussion. Hold on, let me check. Let's see. We have here. Lovely. Ah, there we go. Birds fly in different ways. Oh. Ah, so when I was talking about the zing, I wanted to place a white dot here. Oh. Huh. And the idea of the place where the rays find intersect should be brighter. One of these days is gonna get better light. But thank you for taking the time to explain it, Frost. Yeah, this helps a lot. Thank you. Let's see. I'm not sure. YouTube's having a little bit of problems. I can't tell. In the meantime, Moonrader, would you mind reposting the link to the short you wanted me to look at? Not short, the clip. And I'll take a look at that too. And hydrate, sure. And I'm waiting for the review.
58 just redeemed hydrate.
I can take a look back too. I believe, let's see, we go back here and scroll back up. Check to your art here. I was saying, you did an attempt, and an attempt was made, and it was good. The hardest part is making it look like the thing to begin with. And let me make sure I hydrate. And book 1,000 paper cuts. How terrifying would that be? Let's see. It says I dropped frames on YouTube, but for now, we'll just keep the thing going. Saying that, and thank you. Let me take a look at that, and then we should be good to go. Let's see. You hear. I wish you could see the YouTube doing the YouTube thingy, but that's okay. Let me move you here, and we can take a look at the clip. Let's see here. Where are we at? You here. There we go. Hold on. You here. And then, let's see. You here. And I should be able to mute you here. Take a look here. Where are we at? This guy here. Should be audible. Oh, hold on. There we go.
We have the paper.
I'll get some water.
Going up. That paper goes up, and then we have it curling around in the sky.
I remember this, and it's not, a fun.
It's a little down, and down in the ground a little bit, and then it kind of curves up a bit.
I do like this.
And then you take that dark color that we used previously, so let me just like that.
And thank you. Oh God, in 4K, I tried my best. Saying that, though, everyone's a paper drawing professional. Yeah, you all drew paper. Or blah, you all drew paper. There we go. Let me go back into here. Okie dokie. Saying all of that, though, thank you all for participating. Thank you all for joining by. Next Saturday. So on the, let's see. Let me make sure I get that timer. Or not timer, but clock. On the 23rd, we'll do another study. The study will be forest animals. So we'll be drawing some forest animals, if that is of interest to you. Once a week, I do these studies. And she had better, worse laugh attacks. Today was the Philip Library attacks. or and just sorry or Sandra. Hi, Mr. Martin. Welcome to stream. I learned how to be a PA pro, whatever the A stands for. Pro approval. And did I draw the paper or did the paper draw me? Say it. 23rd will be. Yep. And tomorrow I'll be working on programming for my game, and the day after that also programming. So we'll see how things go. And hi, Santa Pa. I'm speed running, finishing my song to the jam. I just forgot to watch the stream. Well, there will always be the VOD up for you, and I did read that. Alrighty then, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. We'll see if we can find another pixel artist to raid. If you're on YouTube though, thank you for coming, thank you for joining. I hope all of you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I hope to see you all tomorrow, if not next Saturday, for more pixel arty things. And I hope you all have a lovely one. This was a lot of fun. I can certainly say that. Tons of fun.